order today, if it's okay with everybody. I'll give a opening statement and got a short video with a few minutes to add to it. Senator Feinstein, Senator Booker, Senator Harris, if you would like to make opening statements, is that okay? And we have some people who will do some introducing to the panels. We'll get to that later. But so thank you for coming. We're here for a reason. Without the death of Mr. Floyd, we wouldn't be here. And a lot's happened in the last couple of weeks. So my goal is try to define the problem, offer solutions, and talk to each other, not past each other. And I have a short video that is tough to watch, and I talked to Senator Booker about it the first couple of minutes. But it ends up on a very positive note, and we'll see if we can go from really hard to watch to something that is a little more acceptable to the country. If you could roll the video. Is it working?
Can we consider it an act of God and just not?
That could be. Well.
What do we expect to see?
Well, you're expecting to see a video, but you're not. So I'll just talk. The video is about Mr. Floyd and his very painful death. It's about the gentleman who was jogging in Georgia and got shot. It was about the recent Atlanta case. It was about 2 episodes of a cop pulling a woman out of a burning car and a police officer administering CPR to a very young, like a month-old infant. And it winds up with the cops and the protesters taking a knee together and hugging and trying to work through their problems. So if we could wind up there as a country, that'd be a good thing. So Senator Scott is going to introduce tomorrow the Republican approach to reforming the police. I don't know, I'll let the committee members speak for themselves, but I don't see a whole lot of energy by any of us here to defund the police. I think there's a lot of effort to reform the police. So Senator Scott will introduce that package tomorrow. President Trump introduced through executive order some ideas, and I compliment him for doing that. Rather than laundry listing what's in all of these packages, the House passed a fairly broad policing reform bill. I would like the committee, if possible, when this calms down a bit, for us to sit down, if we can reconcile these packages and come up with something in common. So what brings us here? I've learned over the years, but particularly recently, that every black man in America apparently feels threatened when they're stopped by the cops. That it's not 99%, it's like 100%. I've talked to a lot of African-American pastors at home, and in their churches, when a young man gets able to drive or old enough to be considered a young man, they have a talk about what you do if you're stopped by the police. You keep your hands on the wheel. You don't reach for the dash. You say yes or no, sir. I think Senator Booker's mentioned that. Senator Scott said he's been stopped 5 or 6 times on Capitol Hill. I've never been stopped. And when I see a cop behind me, the first thing I think about is, what did I do wrong, and can I talk myself out of this ticket? There's literally no fear. And I wouldn't like to live in a country where I'd be afraid to be stopped. So hopefully we can all understand that problem and fix it. But it is a problem. Every black man in America, virtually every black man in America, feels like if they get stopped by the cop, it's a traumatic experience. Use of force. We want police officers to protect themselves and protect us, but Mr. Floyd died for a $20 bill. You see the video, he was in handcuffs, wasn't threatening anybody. How you go from that to dead is just amazing. The Atlanta thing is a bit more difficult. He had a pretty good interaction that went bad quickly. Shooting somebody should be like the last resort, because once you're dead, you're dead. You know, if the guy gets away, you can catch him again. But the idea of using lethal force has to be revisited. Being a cop is no easy thing. You make a lot of snap decisions where your life is threatened and that of the community. But we got to realize that taking another human being's life while in police custody is something we should be better at in 2020 than we are. Defund the police, not much for that. Reforming police, a lot. Better community police practicing. What areas of the country have got it more right than others? I'm going to ask our first panel when we get a chance here. If the person approaching you is an African-American officer, is it different than if it's a white officer? If the person approaching you in uniform is a woman, is that a different experience than if it's a man? Seems to me that one of the things we should be trying to do is have people more African-American and people of color, more women in policing, to make the police force look more like the community they're policing. Chokeholds. Apparently the president came out with a call to abolish chokeholds. The House did that. Seems to me that it's come time for us to move on from chokeholds. Better hiring and better firing. We're going to have a lot of input from police officers, particularly unions. A complaint can be lodged against any of us, an ethics complaint. We have a system here where we dispose of those complaints privately. I've had like 7 or 8 complaints filed against me at the South Carolina Bar Association for different things I said during the Kavanaugh hearing and others. You know, I think they're a bunch of BS. The bottom line is that is a private endeavor. The question about filing complaints against police officers, it would be so easy to ruin somebody's life as a cop and try to intimidate the police force, but there's got to be a way that you can understand that when the complaints are legitimate to take action. We have to be honest with ourselves and ask the question, is it too hard to fire a cop? And when you have documented instances of acting outside the law, too much force, you don't have the right attitude to be a cop, how does that stay in your file to make sure that the town next door knows about it? Qualified immunity. Is it come time to revisit that? I don't think most cops want to go into the business if they can lose their house if they make a mistake. But maybe there's something we can do with the concept of qualified immunity that would put more accountability into the agencies that run police departments. The one thing I can tell you, that if you're subject to being sued, you act differently than if you're not. And we don't want to deter people from going into law enforcement, but we also want to have a sense of accountability. And to the extent that qualified immunity fosters a sense of, it's really not my problem, let's take a look at it. More accountability, more information, a national registry about how many people actually die in police custody, a national registry about the instances of using lethal force while in custody. The time has come to create a system to combat a broken system. Is policing in America systematically a racist enterprise? I'd like to think not, because I do believe most cops are far more good than bad. But when every black man in America believes that getting stopped by the cops is a traumatic experience, something happened somehow, somewhere. And I'd like to have a systematic approach to problems that continue to happen over and over again. So there are a lot of ideas coming from different corners of the political spectrum. The question for the committee, is it possible to find common ground? The answer is obviously yes, if we want to. As chairman, I would like to. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for holding this hearing today. It really is important. On May 25th, a Minneapolis police officer knelt on the neck of George Floyd for almost 9 minutes. Mr. Floyd repeatedly said, "I can't breathe." Bystanders begged the officer to stop, but he continued to choke Mr. Floyd until his body went limp, his life extinguished. Now, what was the unforgivable crime that led an officer to kill this unarmed 46-year-old black man? He was suspected of using a counterfeit $20 bill to buy groceries during a global pandemic. Personally, this is beyond anything I can imagine, and I hope it is beyond anything you can imagine. George Floyd isn't the first unarmed black man or woman to be killed by police. The names are etched into this country's consciousness. Breonna Taylor, an emergency medical worker, shot 8 times by Louisville, Kentucky police while asleep in her home. Eric Garner, choked to death by an NYPD officer for selling cigarettes. Freddie Gray, killed after being taken into custody by Baltimore police for possessing a knife. Walter Scott, shot in the back by North Charleston police after being stopped for a bad brake light. Stephon Clark, killed by Sacramento police in his grandmother's backyard for breaking windows. And Michael Brown, shot 6 times by Ferguson police while his hands were raised in the air. And just last weekend, the Atlanta police were called to respond to reports of a young man asleep in his car and blocking a fast food restaurant's drive-through. Even though the young man moved his car to a nearby space when asked by the police, the encounter ended when Rayshard Brooks was shot in the back twice as he ran away. I don't know how anyone can read these stories or see the videos and not conclude that something is radically wrong in this country. And we've got to move to stop this epidemic of deadly force against Black Americans. I remember well the call to action in 2014 after Michael Brown was shot in Ferguson, Missouri. President Obama convened a task force on 21st century policing. That task force provided a roadmap to reform law enforcement. Unfortunately, though, the task force recommendations have not been followed, and instead we have been largely abandoned under President Trump's watch. For example, on August 2017, the Trump administration lifted President Obama's ban on the transfer of certain military equipment to police departments. That ban was put in place by President Obama, consistent with the task force's finding that the use of military-style weapons and riot gear escalated tensions between police and the communities they serve. The Trump administration has similarly abandoned the use of pattern or practice investigations to identify and remedy systemic problems within police departments. Congress gave the Department of Justice authority to conduct pattern or practice investigations following the horrific police beating of Rodney King in my home state, California. And since then, most administrations have really used that tool effectively. The Obama administration, for example, opened 25 investigations into possible illegal patterns and practices within law enforcement agencies. Several of these investigations resulted actually in consent decrees that set out specific reforms designed to shift police culture and end systemic problems. Now, by contrast, according to public reporting, the Trump administration has opened just one narrow pattern and practice investigation that focuses on a single unit of the Springfield Police Department in Massachusetts. Remarkably, in the wake of George Floyd's death, Attorney General Barr has refused to open a pattern and practice investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. How can that be? Anyone who has seen the video of George Floyd's last 9 minutes of life has seen that none of the officers at the scene objected or intervened to help a man who was pleading for his life. And I think the video shows the truth in that. So enough is enough. Last week, Senator Booker and Harris introduced the Justice in Police Act. That's a bill that would implement many of the recommendations of the task force on 21st century policing, and it would require real accountability for police use of force. I want to commend them and thank them. And Mr. Chairman, I hope this committee will take that bill seriously. We can hold hearings, we can process it, and perhaps we can make some progress. This isn't a simple bill. It's quite comprehensive. It addresses tough issues, and it makes notable changes. Let me just list a couple. It bans the use of chokeholds or carotid holds by law enforcement officers. It prohibits the use of racial profiling by police officers. In other words, ending police targeting of individuals for criminal investigation based on their race, ethnicity, or national origin. Long overdue. It creates a police misconduct registry that would collect the disciplinary of termination history of officers so that potential employers would be aware of an officer's past misconduct. It gives subpoena authority to the Justice Department to conduct these pattern or practice investigations, which would ensure that investigators could obtain all the information they need to conduct thorough investigations of systemic police misconduct. It also eliminates the defense of qualified immunity so that police officers are held accountable for misconduct. These are difficult issues, but they must be addressed. And I really want to congratulate both of my colleagues for putting this bill together and bringing it to us. Meaningful reform is long overdue, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to our careful evaluation of this bill over the coming weeks. So thank you, Senator Booker and Harris, as well as Representatives Bass and Nadler, for your leadership on this issue. Mr. Chairman, you and I spoke in the days after George Floyd's killing. I remember your saying that his death was horrific. That's actually the word you used, and said both of us were appalled at what we saw, and you were right. You also said this hearing, and hopefully more to follow, will explore better policing and racial discrimination regarding the use of force. I was so delighted when I heard you say that, and I'm delighted that you're beginning to carry that out, which is what I interpret this hearing to be. So I trust this will not be the committee's final word. I hope we will be able to have Attorney General Barr before us. He has not agreed to come thus far, but among other things, the Attorney General needs to explain why the Justice Department appears to abandon practice or pattern or practice cases, and specifically why the department has declined to open a broader investigation into police misconduct within the Minneapolis Police Department following George Floyd's killing. Mr. Chairman, we have much to do. I don't think we can leave these happenings in abeyance without taking action, and so I trust we will do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my goal to reconcile these proposals to the extent possible and come up with solutions. Senator Booker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the courtesy of an opening statement, and thank you for your thoughtful comments at the top of this hearing. And I also want to thank the ranking member for her thoughtful comments as well. And Mr. Chairman, I think, departing from my prepared remarks, just want to say, what does it say about a nation where two senators from the same state have very different, wildly different experiences with law enforcement right here? In these last few weeks, I've had conversations with black folks who work for the Senate, people on both sides of the aisle, who all have their shares of stories, of traumatizing experiences, of feeling like they were one sudden move or one mistaken moment for experiencing violence. And the challenge is that this has been nothing new. I think if we took the time to listen to each other, we would see that we have a culture where so many parents have to teach their children to be afraid in order to be secure. I heard moving comments on the floor today about one of my colleagues who listened to their staffers where their kids were told by their parents to keep your receipts because you'll be accused of stolen things. I know from my own experiences, having guns drawn on me, being accused of stealing things. The challenge is that this often is unfair, it is unacceptable, it is wrong, but when it explodes like we see it, where people capture on videotape the kind of violence that you were, traumatizing violence that you were going to show. I'm really grateful for Senator Harris, who's been my partner over the last few weeks. And she and I did, as was said by the ranking member, work together with congressional Black Caucus leaders and ultimately Chairman Nadler to put together a bill called the Justice in Policing Act. We put it together, obviously, in the wake of George Floyd. We put it in the wake of not just black men, a black woman sleeping in her home, and the deaths that have brought to attention much of this in our national discourse, and indeed have brought in all 50 states literally thousands of protests of people of all backgrounds. I mean all backgrounds, not just race, religion, Republicans and Democrats, who've been calling for an end, a meaningful reform. And yet, even in the days since Kamala and I put together our work with other members of this Senate, as well as people in the House, we continue to see things caught in videotape. As was said before, Rashard Brooks shot in the back. So we need to be very clear. What we're talking about is a nation that has two different justice systems, two different experiences with law enforcement that go all the way up to this body. If you stop and talk to the black people who work here, who have very personal stories, including Senator Tim Scott's eloquent exposition on the Senate floor, the unmitigated killing of unarmed black people in America by law enforcement, not to mention the disparate treatment, is something that we must do something about. We have a choice right now. Now, I'm about 51 years old, and since a little bit before my birth till now, there have been so many studies, so many commissions, from the Kerner Commission all the way up to the 21st Century Task Force on Policing, and nothing has changed. Cities from Ferguson to Minneapolis have done a lot of reforms. And as the data has shown, whether it's diversifying your police force, a lot of these things have been done before, but we still see the killing of unarmed African Americans. And so we really have a choice to make. And every day that we don't do something puts more and more of our fellow citizens in danger, not just of death, but of the kind of treatment we would never want our own family to face. We have a choice before us. And so this idea that there is a Republican bill and a Democratic bill we need to look beyond that for a second and simply understand that the things that are in the bill that Senator Harris and I worked on actually have wild popularity amongst Republicans. You hear Republican leaders, from George Bush, his first address to Congress, said we should stop racially profiling Americans. That's not something radical. It's this idea that we're equal under the law. From chokeholds to no-knock warrants, things that would have saved lives, we have failed to do in this country by making them the law of the land, setting standards for practices in policing that reflect our common values. Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly support these kind of practices being banned in our country that are in our bill. They would save lives. Breonna Taylor would be alive today. Eric Garner could be alive today. But it's not just setting a standard. Accountability is having ways of measuring progress to those standards. We are a nation that doesn't even collect the data on how many people are shot by police. I ran a police department. I learned the hard way. Without data, there can be no accountability. Without measures. I played football. It's not, the standard is you got to be fast to be a wide receiver. If you have no way of measuring that, what good is the standard? Activists, local leaders, the federal government, we all should have transparency into policing. Without that, no accountability. And finally, you said it yourself. Took note of what you said, Mr. Chairman, that unless there are real consequences when you fail to meet standards, whether it's lawsuits or federal action, criminal court, there are two aspects of this bill. Changing a standard in the criminal courts, it's almost difficult, if not impossible, to meet the willfulness standard. That's common sense. And God, qualified immunity, I could start listing, and for sake of time I won't, all the conservative organizations from the Cato Institute, from the remarks of Clarence Thomas, that support getting rid of qualified immunity. And so I worry in this moment, I really do, that we're going to repeat history, that this is the movie Groundhog Day. Because here we are again, in a nightmare, not a comedy. That here we hear talks of, again, a so-called reform packages, more studies, more nibbling around the edges, as opposed to acting boldly and doing the things that we actually know will hold police officers accountable for their conduct, which will set meaningful standards, will allow us as a federal government to enforce a law. This is not an overstatement or an over-dramatization to say that the stakes right now are high. Will we meet this moment in history and actually do something real, or will we find ourselves back here again a year from now, 3 years from now, with mass protests in the streets by people of all different backgrounds demanding change? And so, Mr. Chairman, the truth is, I actually have faith in us as a country. I don't have faith we're going to get there on time, and justice delayed is justice denied. I, though, believe that there's going to be a time in America when we ban inhuman practices like chokeholds and religious profiling and no-knock entries. I believe there'll be a time in America where we don't treat mental health issues with police in prison. I believe there's going to be a time in America where a black woman is safe to sleep in her own bed, or a young man reaching for his cell phone won't get shot dead. I believe there will be a time in America when black parents, like mine, don't have to fear for the safety of their child who just got their driver's license. I believe there will be a time in America when we understand that public safety is not about simply the number of police on our streets, but about the number of people who no longer live in poverty or are safe to drink their water or don't have to deal with addiction in prison but can get treatment. There will be a time, I know, in this country, but if the arc of the moral universe is long and bends towards justice, we have to have the courage now to be the arc benders. The question is not, will we get there? The question is the time now. How many more people have to die in our streets to get us there? How many more people have to suffer the indignities that even our own colleagues have talked about in the United States Senate? I believe the time should be now for us to make bold change, or we will be back here again. These changes will happen, but they should not happen someday. This should be the day. This should be the time so that we can ensure that this nightmare ends in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could I have 1 minute, please?
Yes, you can.
Yes. I want to point out how my state of Iowa is not waiting around for Congress to act. In an 8-day session since the death of Mr. Floyd, Governor Reynolds signed a bill that was unanimously passed by both houses. And why I'm somewhat familiar with this is because my grandson's Speaker of the Iowa House, but it creates, it brings additional accountability to Iowa's law enforcement officers by creating stronger restrictions on the use of chokeholds by law enforcement officers, improving law enforcement decertification process to ensure that those who've been fired or resigned after serious misconduct do not work in our state, strengthen the authority of the Iowa Attorney General to prosecute officers whose actions result in death of another, and establishing an annual anti-bias and de-escalation training requirements for officers. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Feinstein, for holding this hearing and for the sincerity with which you have approached the subject. And I thank all of our colleagues for what I do believe to be a meaningful discussion with a real commitment to do the work of this committee, which is to do the work of supporting the concepts of justice in America, which include equal under the law, meaning all people will be treated equally by our laws, and we will enforce our laws equally. So I want to thank the entire committee. I want to thank Senator Booker for the courage that you always have to speak truth and your willingness to tell the personal stories. And it takes a lot of courage to do that. And you do that not because it is easy, but because you know it needs to be done. And I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, people from every age, gender, race, and religion have been coming together for weeks to protest injustice against black people in America. We have a duty as United States Senators to be fully aware of our country's history of systemic racism and a responsibility to take serious action toward achieving America's founding ideal of equal justice under law. When we say that America has a history of systemic racism, we mean that from slavery, Jim Crow laws, lynchings, and policing, our institutions have done violence to black Americans. And it has caused black Americans to be treated as less than human across time, place, and institution. Let's be clear about what it would mean then to transform our society and eliminate systemic racism. When we truly achieve that ideal, we won't have an unarmed black man, George Floyd, die from a police officer kneeling on his neck for almost 8 minutes and 48 seconds, actually, exactly 8 minutes and 48 seconds. When we achieve that ideal, it won't mean that we'll have a woman, Breonna Taylor, shot and killed by police officers while she's asleep in her own bed. We won't have an unarmed black man, Ahmaud Arbery, lynched while going for a run in his own neighborhood. And as George Floyd's brother, Philanese, said last week in his powerful testimony before the House Judiciary Committee, when we eliminate systemic racism, it will be clear to everyone that the life of a black man is worth more than an allegedly counterfeit $20 bill. Mr. Chairman, there is a movement being led by people who might appear from the outside to have little in common, who are marching together to demand an end to the black blood that is staining the sidewalks of our country. They are marching together to move us close and closer at least to justice. And that gives me hope. It truly gives me hope when I look at who is out there and the commonality of purpose and the unity that they are exhibiting. But we have to recognize that to deal with systemic inequity in our system, it's not just a policing issue. Inequities are also deeply rooted in our education system, in our housing system, in our workforces, in our healthcare delivery system, and more. And we must fully value Black life, invest in Black communities, and root out inequity wherever it lives. That means that across the nation we must reimagine what public safety looks like. The status quo thinking that more police creates more safety is wrong. It's wrong. And it has motivated too much of municipal budgets and the thinking of policymakers, and has distracted them from what truly will be the smartest use of resources to achieve safety in communities, which is to invest in the health of those communities, and healthy communities, without any doubt, are safe communities. So we must ask our mayors and local leaders to re-examine their priorities and their budgets. We must ask why so much money is being spent to militarize the police, while 2/3 of public school teachers in America today are coming out of their own back pockets to help pay for school supplies in our public schools. It's time for us to realize this is not just a moment, but a movement. This committee and our entire federal government have a role to play in holding the police accountable when they break the rules and break the law. And we must be on the right side of history as a committee. We can start to meet the demands of this movement by passing the Justice and Policing Act. And here are a few specific ways. First, we need a national use of force standard. Today, most officers around the country, the standard is to ask if they use excessive force, the standard is to ask, was that use of force reasonable? A much more fair and just question to ask is, was that use of force necessary? We need a national use of force standard. Second, as a former prosecutor, I know that independent investigations into police misconduct are imperative. No matter how well-intentioned a district attorney or a state's attorney, when called upon to investigate the misconduct of a police officer that works in the department they closely work with every day, there will at the very least be an appearance of conflict, if not actual conflict. To do justice in our country is to actually do justice and to have the confidence of the public that there is an appearance of justice. These values are equal. Third, we need truth and transparency. Cities and states have to report police use of force incidents to the federal government. When I was Attorney General of California, I created an open data initiative we named Open Justice, a first-of-its-kind open data initiative to give the people access to information about arrests, bookings, and deaths in custody. The public has a right to know what has happened and what is happening in their communities. And the public can then use that data to help hold us accountable. Instead of requiring that they are always presenting anecdotal information fueled by personal experiences, when the data is available but we as government possess it, is it not the right and equitable thing to do? To share that data which we as government possess with the public so they can grade and judge us appropriately. And lastly, we need to expand pattern and practice investigations into police departments and give state attorneys general the authority to bring these investigations. As Attorney General of California, I activated civil pattern and practice investigations into police departments. And recall, as Senator Feinstein mentioned, Congress gave the Department of Justice authority to conduct pattern and practice investigations in the aftermath of Rodney King's killing by police officers, or beating, by police officers. This power is designed to root out systemic problems in police departments. And under the Trump administration, sadly, pattern and practice investigations have slowed virtually to a stop. They need to start these investigations again with an additional tool of subpoena power. And on this point, Attorney General Barr should be here today. He should be here to answer for his shameful record investigating civil rights violations in police departments in America. During the Trump administration, the United States Department of Justice has confirmed only one pattern and practice investigation compared to 25 brought during the Obama administration. He should be here to answer for reportedly calling for the forcible removal of peaceful demonstrators who were gathered in front of the White House to protest the murder of George Floyd, and he should be here to answer for his lack of leadership at this critical moment in our nation's history. Today, President Trump issued an executive order calling for accreditation standards for police departments, data sharing on police officers who use excessive force, and federal funding to help police respond to the homeless and mentally ill. Let me be clear, this is not enough. It does not meet this moment. This is not enough. There are thousands of people marching in the streets in 50 states demanding meaningful change. The people are demanding action. They are not marching in the streets for watered-down proposals that won't hold any officers accountable. And there is nothing about what the president announced today that would hold police officers who break the rules and break the law accountable. The only way to meaningfully access police brutality is through comprehensive reforms, including reforms to hold bad officers accountable for misconduct. The Justice and Policing Act is certainly not the end, but the beginning of establishing national standards and accountability for police departments. And at a certain point, we've seen enough. We've had enough commissions. We have studied these issues. We have convened opinion leaders. We have talked about these in private conversations and in public conversations. Now is time to act. The people are demanding it. And they have a right to know that their government, a representative government of the people, will respond to their needs for us as a country to live up to our ideals. So in closing, I'll just say that, we know that we have these words across the street at the United States Supreme Court etched into that beautiful marble building, equal justice under law. But we have to show America what it means and that it truly means equal justice for all. We have to show America that. And passing the Justice and Policing Act would be a step toward realizing that goal. Because, colleagues, please understand. Please understand. Tonight and every night, there are Black parents in America and grandparents who will be on their knees praying that their sons and daughters will be safe. Every night in America. We have to take this on, embracing what no doubt are difficult and uncomfortable situations and uncomfortable facts and an uncomfortable history about our country. But we must take this on, understanding this is a righteous demand that we fix this system and that we act. I thank you, my colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you both. Our first panel is Dr. Philip Goff, Franklin A. Thomas Professor in Policing Equity. He'll be by video. Professor Doug Logan, President and Professor of Urban Ministry. The Honorable Melvin Carter, who I'll let Senator Klobuchar introduce in a minute, is on video. Mr. Lee Merritt, attorney of the Merritt Law Firm from Philadelphia. And Ms. Banta Gupta, President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Senator Klobuchar, would you like to say anything about?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Feinstein, for this hearing. Thank you to my friends, Senator Booker, Senator Harris, for leading this important bill. Before I get to introducing the mayor, I want to note that this murder happened in my state. And George Floyd should be alive today, but he isn't. His life evaporated before our eyes, before the eyes of the world. Our nation has been left in pain. My state has been left in pain, grieving, marching, and demanding justice. This is not a time to just talk about it. If we are silent, we are complicit. If we stand there and demand dominance and wave Bibles, we're no better than monsters. But if we act and we actually do something and get this bill passed, well, then we're lawmakers. And that will be the legacy of George Floyd. So Melvin Carter is the mayor, the first African mayor, American mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota. He represents the best of our state, and like so many Black leaders across the country, he has rose to this occasion. He is a fourth-generation St. Paul resident and comes from a family of public servants. His dad was one of the first Black officers in the St. Paul Police Department, where he served for 28 years, and his mom was the first Black elected as a county commissioner in the state of Minnesota. So it's quite a legacy that he is living up to. After graduating from St. Paul Public Schools and then Florida A&M University and the Humphrey School of Public Affairs, he served as a city council member at a very young age and ultimately became vice chair of the council. During his tenure as mayor, he has given special attention to public safety reform, working to change when and how officers use force, and directing more money to strengthening communities as a way to promote public safety. As we look to and work with local leaders to address the systemic racism that shapes the lives of too many people of color, Mayor Carter is an invaluable voice. I'm grateful for his perspective. I'm proud to have him as a friend and to introduce him to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goff, you'll lead us off.
He's not here.
Is Mr. Goff available?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Graham. Thank you, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Good afternoon. It is my honor to appear before this committee to provide testimony on police use of force and community relations. You have my full background in my written statement, but for brevity, I'm a behavioral scientist by training. I'm also the inaugural Franklin A. Thomas Professor in Policing Equity at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, but I'm likely best known in police reform circles for my work as co-founder and CEO of the Center for Policing Equity, which is the largest research and action organization focused on equity and policing. My testimony today is in that capacity. Center for Policing Equity maintains the National Science Foundation-funded National Justice Database, which we understand is the largest collection of police behavioral data in the world. Our work focuses on combining police behavioral data with psychological survey data and data from the U.S. Census to estimate not just racial disparities in police outcomes, such as stops and use of force, but the portion of those disparities for which law enforcement are actually responsible and can therefore change. Before I speak specifically about policing, however, I feel compelled to say that what we have seen on the streets of the United States over the recent weeks has been larger than the killing of George Floyd that sparked collective and righteous outrage and is still tearing at the fabric of our democracy. What we are seeing on the streets in the United States is a past due notice for the unpaid debts owed to Black people for 400 plus years. And if the response to this moment as a nation is not proportional to that debt, we will continue to pay it with interest again and again and again. Turning to the complex issue of police reform, I want to spend a moment focusing on what science says about bias in policing. First, there is no doubt that Black, Native, and Latinx people have more contact with law enforcement than do white people in this country. There's also relative agreement that where there are fewer public services, like drug treatment, mental health clinics, job training, even parks, law enforcement has more contact with residents. We also know a bit about how race shapes contact with police from the science. This comes to us primarily from two methods of studies, so-called hit rate analyses and regression analyses are the two. Hit rate analyses or yield analyses reveal the percentage of searches that return contraband such as drugs or gun. If the percentage that is yielded is lower for one group than another, the common inference among scientists is that officers are stopping too many from the group which is lower usually black people, or that there's a lower threshold of suspicion for that group. This is suggestive of bias, though not conclusive. These types of analyses robustly reveal lower hit rates for blacks compared to whites across the United States. Regression analyses, in contrast, attempt to predict how much police activity, so stops or use of force, one can expect based on local demographics. In this way, it is possible to assess whether or not crime or poverty or other neighborhood factors are sufficient to explain racial disparities we observe in policing outcomes. This scientific literature demonstrates that neither crime nor poverty are sufficient to explain racial disparities in use of force, and in some limited geographic areas, it's not sufficient to explain racial disparities in stops. So, in summary, there is evidence of racial bias in who is contacted by police and who is targeted for police force. However, it is also the case that clearly not all of the disparities we see are from police policy or behavior alone. I want to clarify, recent attempts to claim that racial bias in policing is a myth have been roundly denounced by serious social scientists, and there is currently a statement signed by more than 500 social scientists denouncing the public spread of this misinformation as being prepared for public release. I'd be happy to share with this body. So given this understanding of bias in policing, what are we to do? The most recent public debate is between institutional reform and defunding the police. And while there is no quantitative research literature on abolishing policing, there are reasons to believe that many within black communities are not fully aligned with this vision. Historical and polling research reveal that black communities do not favor eliminating law enforcement. They mostly want less biased and deadly law enforcement. Though it's important to note that given the degree to which public opinion is evolving on that issue, this too may change, and quickly. But still, to the degree that a path forward involves using police budgets to invest in black communities, that process must be led by evidence. Evidence about what programs work, both in policing and in communities, and evidence about where cities can safely receive a higher return on their investment in community empowerment. As I mentioned at last week's House Judiciary hearing, the Center for Policing Equity supports the Leadership Conference Comprehensive Framework, and we will work with members of this body and others to ensure that its proposals are ultimately enacted into law. Importantly, this framework enjoys more broad support than civil rights advocates and legislators alone. Many of our partners in law enforcement, chiefs who are experts in public safety, have steadily increased their support for the 8 major pillars of this framework, with many chiefs now in full support of all 8 pillars. While we hope that number will continue to grow, I'd like to mention briefly 2 of those pillars, which most law enforcement have supported since the very beginning of this conversation.
We need to wrap it up. Okay, go ahead, very quickly.
I'll just say that the ban on chokeholds is not just air blocks, but blood blocks. The registry also involves broad support. And at a time when the nation is so divided, I hope that members of this body will take an opportunity to actually deliver something to the American people. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, sir, very much. Professor Logan. Hit your button there. There you go.
See, I done messed it up. Chairman Graham and Ranking Member Feinstein, Senators, brothers, sisters, and friends, my name is Dr. Doug Logan, Jr. I serve as the president of Grimke Seminary and former pastor of Epiphany Fellowship in Camden, New Jersey. I serve now as a pastor in Richmond, Virginia, at a church called Remnant. I've been asked to talk about the policing and the use of force. And I come to you today not only as a black man, but also as a Christian clergyman who worked closely with Mayor Dana Red, my friend in the city of Camden, as I don't want to use the word defund, but I'll use revamp, reteam, and retool the police department for more effective policing and a more effective police force in the city of Camden in 2012, 2013, and 2014. I have lived in inner city for most of my life. Many Americans wouldn't drive through my Camden block after dark or my Patterson block in North Jersey after dark. I speak as someone who has not only observed great injustice, but also experienced them firsthand because of the color of my skin. In spite of all that, however, I speak today not as someone who was filled with rage, but someone who was filled with hope. I am hopeful that we can recover some common ground in this country, starting with a renewed understanding of justice. It must be a vision of justice and equitable treatment of all people who are worthy of dignity, respect, and fairness, having been created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. And it must be a vision of justice built on a commitment of all people and their government to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Anything less than this will not provide us with the common ground needed to strive for justice and more than name only, yet I am significantly hopeful. I'm a preacher, so I got 3 points. I pray that we would listen, I pray that we would learn, and then I pray after listening, learning, we would legislate. I pray that we would listen to the cries, the shouts, the screams of black and brown people and many white people that are screaming on the streets for a new day and a new way and real justice and policies to be put in place. I am hopeful that we can reconnect such a vision of justice to our shared dream for a society that promises liberty and justice for all. It is clear from the cries in the streets that many of our nation's citizens do not feel they have equal access to these realities. In view of America's long history of racial injustice, that seems undoubtedly true. As a man who has grown up under the difficult circumstances of inner city America, I lived among what some would call the urban poor. I have been taught that racism is but one of the many problems facing impoverished minority communities, and anyone who blames everything just on racism, past or present, has failed to consider the complexities of those realities and frailties of the human soul. Yet I am hopeful. I am hopeful that we can restore the proper view of the police in our society and those who have been entrusted by and thus will be held accountable to God, the government, and the people. Theirs is entrusted stewardship, which comes with responsibility and greater accountability since they are permitted to use force to secure order and to keep the peace, yet without molesting or denying justice in the process. The police force is a necessary public servant to uphold justice in the midst of societal injustices, and should be an agent upholding the good for all people. Towards this end, let us consider the best statistical data wherever it is available to fairly evaluate the rates of police misconduct against minorities. But let us also listen to the stories of the people from the minority communities who almost invariably report statistically unqualifiable instances and bias. Simply put, the facts on the block aren't often recorded in any data. The cries of grandma, grandpa, and my friends and my cousins that we talk about in the barbershop often don't make it to statistical data we can do. So we've listened, we learned. Now I pray that after listening and learning, then we'll legislate. We'll listen to the cries, listen to the pain, listen to the problems, and legislate. If we listen to the people and learn from our cities, I believe we can have comprehensive improvements. I pray for the day for my 3 biracial sons and my Puerto Rican grandkids that as I was given the talk and told to hold the wheel right and do whatever you have to do to get home. My father told me, do whatever you have to do to get home. The best time to argue with a cop who's mistreating you is a mile down the road while you're alive. So I pray that the talk I'll have with my grandkids and great-grandkids won't be how to survive racist police, but it'll be the talk about in 2020 during a virus and riots that my country, the one I love, came up with wise and radical laws that made them safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend, very much. Mayor Carter. Are you there, Mayor?
Yes, I am. Okay. Chair Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, Minnesota Senators Klobuchar and Smith, and members of the Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Melvin Carter, and I serve as Mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm honored to testify today in support of the justice in policing. My family has been in St. Paul for over 100 years, since my great-grandparents to escape racial violence in the Deep South. My grandfather, Melvin Sr., was a Navy veteran who played his trumpet for 4 U.S. presidents. Working on the railroad, he was denied even the right to his own identity, as all Black men were called George, to spare white passengers the hassle of learning their names. George Floyd's murder is so personal because every Black teacher, electrician, and mayor knows that we are all George, and no amount of money or accomplishments can change that fact. My father, Melvin Jr., served 28 years as a St. Paul officer and sergeant after a court order integrated our department. Because of that integration order, my friends and I grew up surrounded by superhero officers from our own neighborhood who knew us by name, were invested in our future, and who solved problems in ways that no one else could. Still, I grew up with a set of rules that did not apply to my white classmates. They could drive a decent vehicle, visit the mall, or glance into a passing squad without fear of being stopped and questioned by police. I could not. Research shows that people who trust law enforcement, will treat them fairly, are more likely to cooperate with officers, arrest, and step forward as a witness. Any of us distrust police, all of us are less safe. It's time we challenge the myth of public safety as a simple function of police, prisons, and prosecutors. We spend nearly $200 billion annually law enforcement and corrections, and maintain the highest imprisonment rate on the planet. Yet despite 3 decades of steady public safety spending increases, Americans feel less safe every year. The reason is clear. Our country's enforcement-heavy public safety strategies aren't designed to address the causes of crime, but the symptoms. We deserve more than a swift response after a crime is committed. We deserve investment to reduce the number of times we have to call police in the first place. And we deserve to know that our officers will protect and serve all of us. We've spent the last few years walking this talk in St. Paul. We've rewritten policies governing use of force in police dogs and terminated 5 officers who willfully failed to stop an assault in progress. We embedded social workers to respond with officers to individual crisis, employed restorative justice circles for nonviolent offenders, and focused capital investments to drive safety goals. Last year, we reduced our police department's authorized sprint in favor of evidence-based investments in youth, social supports, and a public health approach to violence prevention. Mayors are leading with reforms like these across the country, but we need your help. We fire problem officers only to see them shielded from accountability, reinstated through arbitration, and hired by agencies unaware of their past. We build trust with residents only to see those relationships damaged again and again by footage from other jurisdictions. With the Justice in Policing Act of 2020, we can establish a national standard of policing to curb brutality, end racial profiling, and eliminate qualified immunity. We can invest in community policing programs and alternatives for safety beyond policing. We can prevent officers from switching departments to avoid accountability and send a strong message to our children and to the world that America will no longer accept these cycles of violence against our Black and brown. I know you will be pressured by powerful friends who will paint these reforms as hostile to police, but our work to restore confidence is a lifeline for officers who serve in good faith. When someone argues that these measures go too far, and they will, remember, Officer Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. That's longer than my allotted time to make this statement. To prevent that from happening to another we care about, no response will qualify as too much. Just as we grew up wanting to know where our parents stood in critical moments like Pearl Harbor and Freedom Summer, our children and grandchildren will call us to account for our actions now. Simply measuring the problems and offering incentives will not suffice. This moment demands decisive action. Like Emmett Till, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland, Philando Castile, Ahmaud, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, and too many others, George Floyd commands the attention of the world because of the unacceptable conditions under which he died. The anger and unrest across our country will grow until we address the unacceptable conditions like homelessness, hunger, and police abuse, under which far too many Americans still live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Merritt.
Senator Graham, other members of this honorable committee, We live in the deadliest police culture and most incarceration-prone police culture in the modern world. Our criminal justice and legal system is as ravenous as it is racist. Our law enforcement community racks up thousands of civilian deaths each year. Tens of thousands more are brutalized, injured, and maimed. Millions more are arrested and jailed, making the United States the single most incarcerated nation in the entire history of the world. This is an American crisis, a genocide. This is not hyperbole, but rather a reality that demands a national response, and I want to thank this committee for taking immediate, swift, and responsive action. I come before you today as a civil rights attorney, a practitioner. I am the legal director for the Grassroots Law Project, and I represent families of citizens killed by police. Some of the names you know, far too many you have not heard. I represent the family of Ahmaud Arbery, who was murdered by a former police officer, Gregory McMichael, his son, Travis McMichael, and their neighbor, William Bryan. While I'm here to provide testimony about justice and policing, and Ahmaud Arbery was not killed in an officer-involved shooting, it was failures in policing that directly contributed to his death and the delay of justice to his family. Neighbors initially sought help for the black jogger that frequented their neighborhood that they considered suspicious from Officer Ronald Rash of the Glenn County Police Department. He encouraged them to pursue a course of vigilantism. He was aware for months that these men were actively hunting a black suspect to whom they intended to do harm. Once the deed was done, it was law enforcement that lied to Wanda Cooper Jones, Ahmaud's mother, telling her that her son had been killed in the course of a robbery by the homeowner. Local DAs Jackie Johnson and George Barnhill participated in the cover-up of his shooting. And the Glenn County Police Chief, where this crime occurred, was subsequently arrested on completely separate criminal corruption allegations, along with a handful of his top officials. Ahmaud's story is not just tragic and unjust, it lays bare the need for a reimagining of police in America and their mission in our society. I run a practice dedicated exclusively to responding to police murders. I'm one of many attorneys that has this crisis at the root of their firm as this nation churns out enough bodies and human rights violations to keep us all occupied for a very long time. I continue to stand for the family of George Floyd. Derek Chauvin and other officers of the Minneapolis Police Department held him down for 8 minutes and 46 seconds under the unbearable weight of oppression. He could not breathe, and as the nation looked on in horror, we could not breathe. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellis and Minnesota's top law enforcement official preemptively declared that this would be a case difficult to prosecute. As hard as that is to accept, given the evidence we have now seen with our own eyes, it is consistent with the American experience. Because of existing laws that basically give carte blanche to law enforcement to kill at will with the utterance of these five words, I feared for my life. Hard-fought, rare prosecutions and difficult convictions have characterized the experiences of families like Botham Jean. He was killed in his apartment complex eating a bowl of ice cream. His killer, Amber Geiger, said that she was instructed, that she was trained, that if you can't see the suspect's hands, shoot him. Tatiana Jefferson, also gunned down in her own home after leaving the door open to catch a cool breeze of relief from the heat of the night in Fort Worth, Texas. Fort Worth police officer Erin Dean crept around the back curtilage of her home, saw her standing in the window and shot her through the bedroom as she played video games with her nephew. The beautiful families that I've traveled with represent a cross-section of America. Disproportionately black, undeniably strong, relentlessly committed to the cause of justice and policing. They include the father of a young woman named Maggie Brooks. Her father is a fire chief in Arlington, Texas. His daughter was accidentally shot by a police officer who recklessly shot at her 6-month-old puppy, but struck Ms. Brooks instead, killing her. Qualified immunity has banned her family access to the court. Under the current federal laws, there will be no criminal or civil liability for this officer or his department. They include the family of Michael Dean, who went out to get his 6-year-old daughter a birthday cake and never made it home. I wish I could tell you what happened to Michael Dean, but the video has still not been released by the department, although the officer has been indicted on manslaughter charges. This family has still not been allowed to see the body or dash cam evidence of what happened to their loved one. They have been denied access to these videos by the city of Temple, Texas, and Bell County District Attorney Henry Garza. Cameron Lamb of Kansas City, Missouri, was unarmed and shot in his place of business and his home. The chief of police in Kansas City, Missouri, has broken with the local district attorney and refused to submit a probable cause affidavit in the case, making prosecution very difficult. Jamel Roberson was a hero from Chicago. He was working as a security guard at a nightclub when the nation was hobbling from one mass shooting to another. A gunman entered his club and began shooting indiscriminately at patrons. Jamel sprang into action, disarming him, and he waited for police to arrive. When responding officer Ian Covey arrived and when told that the suspect was being held around the corner, he quickly went to the scene and shot Jamel Roberson in his back 3 times, killing him. There has been no accountability in that case. Antoine Rose was a 17-year-old, unarmed, when he ran from a traffic stop.
If you could wrap it up, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, looking at the clock, it says I have one. I'm sorry, am I over?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's all right. Just take your time. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Antoine Rose was 17 when he ran from a traffic stop. The officer who killed him had just been sworn in the department that day after transferring from another jurisdiction under concerns of racism and brutality. The question we must ask, we must be the generation to answer is, what are we going to do about all of this? Will future generations look back at this moment with pride that we confronted our greatest evils with real courage, or will they be disappointed because we had a moment to make change possible and failed? Right now, that answer still hangs in the balance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt. Ms. Gupta.
Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today on the need for transformative policing policies that promote accountability and respect the dignity of all people. And Senators Booker and Harris, thank you so much for your leadership and for the Justice in Policing Act. While the recent murders of Rayshard Brooks, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd at the hands of police officers have once again put the issue of police brutality in the national spotlight, the outpouring of pain and anger is anything but a reaction to isolated incidents or the misconduct of a few bad apples. Instead, the outcry is a response to the long history of violence with impunity toward Black people in our nation. And as law enforcement leaders themselves have acknowledged, from early slave patrols to the modern-day criminalization of people of color, policing has involved the enforcement of unjust laws and helped maintain structural racism in too many communities in this country. We are now at a turning point, and there really is no return to normal. We have to create a new way forward, one that truly transforms policing and leads to more accountability for communities. It is imperative that we get this right, and that Congress's response in this moment appropriately reflects and acknowledges the important work of Black Lives Matter and the movement for Black lives that has brought us to where we are today. My tenure as head of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division began just 2 months after 18-year-old Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson, Missouri, by a police officer. And the Justice Department was hardly perfect, but we understood our mandate, which was to promote accountability and constitutional policing in order to build community trust. During the Obama administration, we opened 25 patterns of practice investigations to help realize greater structural and community-centered change, often at the request of police chiefs and mayors from around the country. And after making findings, we negotiated consent decrees with extensive stakeholder engagement to overhaul unlawful policing practices and develop sustainable mechanisms for accountability. Police departments around the country studied these consent decrees. They studied President Obama's 21st Century Policing Task Force report to advance best practices. That is not the Justice Department that we have today. Under both Attorneys General Jeff Sessions and Bill Barr, the department has abdicated its responsibility and abandoned the use of tools like pattern of practice investigations and consent decrees. The disruption of crucial work of the Civil Rights Division and throughout the Department of Justice to bring forth accountability and transparency in policing is deeply concerning. In the absence of federal leadership, the Leadership Conference Education Fund launched the New Era of Public Safety Initiative with a comprehensive guide to support local communities on police reform and building community police trust. While a lot of these changes have to happen at the state and local levels, success is going to require leadership, support, and commitment of the federal government, including Congress. On June 1st, the Leadership Conference and more than 450 civil rights organizations sent a letter to Congress offering critical recommendations to move us forward on the path to true accountability. They included creating a national standard on the use of force, prohibiting racial profiling and requiring robust data collection, banning the use of chokeholds and other maneuvers that cut off blood and oxygen, ending the militarization of policing, prohibiting the use of no-knock warrants, especially in drug cases, strengthening federal accountability systems and increasing the Justice Department's authority to prosecute officers under the color of law, creating a national police misconduct registry, and ending qualified immunity. These comprehensive measures are reflected in the Justice and Policing Act. They are necessary for police accountability. Proposals for data collection, commissions, body cameras, these are insufficient responses to meet the moment that we find ourselves in, and more people will die. Where we have seen these kinds of nibbling at the edges policies implemented, we continue to grapple with police officers killing African Americans with impunity. Police accountability and the framework that our coalition outlined must be the cornerstone of any meaningful first steps towards transformation. Ultimately, however, this moment of reckoning really requires more than tinkering at the edges. It requires leaders together with communities from both parties to envision a new paradigm of public safety. That means not just changing policing practices and culture, but ultimately shrinking the footprint of the criminal legal system, including police in Black and brown people's lives. And it means shifting our approach to public safety away from exclusive investments in criminalization and policing toward investments in economic opportunity, health, education, and other public benefits. I have heard police chiefs, police officers, bipartisan elected leaders, and communities that have all been giving voice to these issues. This approach not only furthers equity, but also constitutes effective policy. When we finally stop using criminal justice policy as social policy, we will make communities safer and prosperous. George Floyd's death has impacted the world, and now it is on us to change it. I look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Has it been the talk, for lack of a better word, if the police officer getting out of the car is African American or a woman, does it change the equation?
I'm a little older. I'm closer to Senator Booker's age. I'm almost 50 from Paterson, New Jersey, so.
Well, that's not old here. Yeah.
I guess in my history, I was mainly growing up in New Jersey, I was pulled over mainly by white officers. So I imagine I was pulled over recently.
Well, the point of the question is if policing is more like the community, do you think that helps the recruiting of minority officers and women?
Yeah. Senator, I would say that in Camden, we had the officers walk around, talk to us, meet us, get to know us. And it was a very diverse police force as we shifted to the county. And that meant a whole lot.
Do you think that means as much as hiring minority officers?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
those minority officers were vital.
It's how you do it as much as who you are.
Amen. Okay. Amen. Because
right.
you could have a...
I got you.
I
got you.
Yeah.
I know you're a preacher. I got to move on.
I don't know.
All right. So, Mayor Carter, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have the same problems in St. Paul they have in Minneapolis?
Mr. Chair, I would say...
With policing, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would say to narrow this issue down to one department or a few bad apples, as we recently heard some folks on the national level, I think would be to misunderstand.
Well, I mean, you're literally side by side. And my question, Mayor, is what have you done in St. Paul they haven't done in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't try to speak to Minneapolis. What I'd say is we have been intentional to your last question about hiring our diverse officers. Our last class of officers was 77% diverse. We have had, I think, strong and consistent leadership in our department. That's critical. But I would also tell you, we are not done correcting this culture. It's work that our police chief is always focused on. It's work that we know that we have to do as a community together. And I think it's work that requires us to do this, to approach this as a national level, not just a department.
Okay. Ms. Gupta, during the 8 years of President Obama, was there an effort to get rid of qualified immunity for police officers?
There were conversations in many corners.
I'm not talking about
about
conversations. Was there any legislation?
There was not legislation.
Was there any legislation to outlaw no-knock warrants?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any legislation to create a national registry for violent acts by the police?
There were efforts to create the National Registry, and all of these things were included in the 21st Century Policing.
Well, I just missed a lot of that. So, you know, this is a tough time for the country, and Trump's a handful, but we're not here because of failings of one administration. We're here because of failing of society. And most of the things we want to do now could have been done 8 years ago. So let's do the things now that make sense. Yes, sir. Let's do the things now that we should have done 50 years ago. Now, I come from South Carolina. Tim and I have completely different experiences with the cops. There is no getting around that. And it is now time to have an honest conversation about why is that? How can it be that if you're a United States Senator from South Carolina and you're black, you get stopped 5 or 6 times, and you're white, you never get stopped? How can it be that people die because of a $20 bill who are in custody not threatening anybody? And here's what I worry about the most. It is hard to be a cop. Let's make sure that we don't destroy the ability to be a cop in the process of trying to fix things that need to be fixed. Qualified immunity is an intriguing idea to me. I don't want the cop to lose their house, but I do want people to have to think twice if they've got a police force about how to organize it and how to train it. Because that's when change will happen. It's when people feel the sting of bad policies. So to the extent that any of you on this side, on my Democratic colleagues, want to get there, count me in. There are a bunch of us who would like to get there. And if we get there, it'll be together. And I look forward to the discussion. And this will be the first of several hearings about what getting there looks like. Senator Feinstein.
Chairman, it seems to me that the chokehold should be banned from detention use, except in certain life or death circumstances. And apparently a growing number of state and local law enforcement agencies are banning the use of chokeholds. For example, as I understand it, Los Angeles Police Department recently directed its officers not to use chokeholds that restrict blood flow to the brain, also known as carotid restraints. So I think we should deal with it in this Justice and Policing Act. And I'd like to know each of your opinions. If there were a ban, do you believe there should be any exception to this ban? For example, an exception where lethal force is being used against an officer or someone else? If not, why not? Could we go right down the row and have everybody answer that, please?
Yes,
Could you turn on your mic?
I'm going to figure that out today.
All right.
Yes, I would be absolutely for no more chokeholds. I would lean into the best brains and the best minds on when lethal force. I've been told that, you know, once there's engagement between the person, between the citizen and the officer, that's where we get the challenge. So I would be opposed to chokeholds,
Okay.
period.
Could we go down the road and down the line, and could someone respond to life or death circumstances as one exception too, please?
Sure. Lee Merritt, I would be obviously in favor of banning the chokehold, except for when deadly force is authorized, is in fact authorized under the law. And then it seems like that would be an appropriate time to use whatever means it takes to survive the encounter, both from a law enforcement perspective. However, I believe that of the myriad of ways that law enforcement engages in violence in this community, we should really be focusing on changing the mission in terms of whether or not these violent encounters should be taking place at all, whether law enforcement officers should be engaged in a war on drugs per se that leads to repeated violent encounters.
Thank you.
Senator, yeah, chokeholds are inherently dangerous maneuvers. They've been banned, as you noted, in jurisdictions including New York, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., and Miami. And to Senator Graham's point, I do wish the Justice and Policing Act had been proposed several years ago. These are longstanding problems, and the moment to make these fixes is now.
Next question, if I may. In a simple way for a non-lawyer audience, how does qualified immunity work? Why is it a problem? And what happens if Congress eliminates the defense of qualified immunity?
If I may, qualified immunity essentially says that if an officer in good faith believed that what he was doing was in line with his roles and responsibilities as a police officer, even if he reasonably believes that, even if it turns out factually to be wrong, then he is immune not only from conviction, but he's immune from suit. There's no discovery. There's no continuation of either a civil or a criminal process.
So what do you believe there?
What do I believe?
Yes. Should that be changed?
Right. So if you take the example of the case I brought up during my opening, the case of Margarita Brooks, the officer in good faith thought he was shooting at a dog. It was reckless behavior, something that he should not have been engaged in, but he thought that he was protecting himself from a 6-month-old puppy that was charging at him. And in the process, he killed a woman. Should he or his department be immune from suit? Absolutely not. He should be held accountable for his reckless behavior and the damage that it caused.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, I believe that that's a part of the transparency and accountability, and also prayerfully will serve as a deterrent and hold the officers at a higher accountability when there will be repercussions. If without that, then the culture comprehensively will have a feel of, I can do what I want and I can get away with it.
I would like to ask the panel quickly if you could reflect on the use of a no-knock warrant and the impact that that would have on communities of color, particularly those with strained relations with the police.
Well, Breonna Taylor was killed pursuant to a no-knock warrant. She was asleep in her house. There has been a lot of very high-profile tragedies as a result of no-knock warrants, overused in drug cases in particular, and their list is long, and I'd be happy to supply the committee with some of those cases, but it is time now to regulate them.
Thank you. Please, sir.
We believe that no-knock warrants should be absolutely banned. There is a preference within before the Supreme Court in favor of protecting citizens' rights in their home, the home being one of the most sacred places. The idea that a no-knock warrant, like in the case of Breonna Taylor, or the entry of the home of a Tatiana Jefferson, or the entry of the home of Botham Jean, or some of the other cases that I spoke about during my opening, to allow law enforcement to violate a citizen's rights in that way when they are still yet suspects of a crime, people who have not been convicted of a crime, we don't believe that that would be ever appropriate.
Thank you. Please, sir.
And I would align myself with both my colleagues and say no. Yes, no-knock warrants. It has a tone of guilty until proven innocent. And as a homeowner, as a father, as a husband, if I respond wrong, I could be dead. And Breonna Taylor is a testimony that we should ban no-knock warrants.
Thank you.
Senator Grassley.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. I'd like to, first of all, thank you, Chairman Graham, for the hearing. The murder of George Floyd by police officers, a police officer, ignited the call for reform and measures to rectify a lingering racism that plagues our country. To Mr. Merritt here and to the Floyd family not here, please know that the grief and shock that we feel, that it will fuel action to prevent more tragic and unnecessary deaths. While the vast majority of law enforcement officers are public servants to deserve support and respect, George Floyd's murder shows we're not nearly doing enough to prevent abuse by police. I welcome tough conversation. I built a legislative and oversight career of rooting out instances where accountability is needed and where abuses must end. I led on the First Step Act to rectify shortcomings of our criminal justice system, which we know impacts disproportionately minority men and women. I investigated the 2017 shooting of Bijan Gazer, which revealed instances of poor de-escalation tactics and inappropriate aggressive use of force. We must come together and address deadly use of force, racial biases, and police abuse, and do it now. My first question is to Dr. Goff, and while he's coming on, I'll lead in with this. I've long supported efforts to increase transparency and accountability of all government actors. Police officers are no different. That's why I've co-sponsored Senator Tim Scott's bill, which would increase transparency by the use of force, by requiring reports where there's been death or serious injury, because just a minority of jurisdictions are reporting that. So my first question to you, sir, is I assume that this data would be helpful in understanding how to prevent unnecessary use of force. If you disagree with that, say so, but I assume that might be. So if so, how can increased transparency into incidents of deadly or unnecessary use of force help protect members of the community as well as police officers?
Thank you for the question, Senator Grassley. Your assumption is correct. If we collected those data nationally, that could be absolutely useful to preventing those kinds of tragedies going forward. But just as important is collecting the information where deadly force could have been used, but wasn't. Because to do the right kind of analyses, what you need to know is a lot about the universe where force could be used. Those are the data that have been historically missing, and that's part of the reason why the analyses have been so inconclusive. So I would want to focus the committee's attention not just on what data are collected, but how we get the right kind of analyses, because the analyses are ultimately what's going to inform decision making.
Okay, thank you. Now to Mayor Carter and also Dr. Goff. Police officers should be seen not just as enforcers of the law, but as neighbors and members of the community. However, many cops don't live in the area they patrol, so a natural divide and mistrust can form. To you two, I'll start with Mayor Carter. How can we encourage more engagement and trust between police officers and those they patrol?
Senator Grassley, that's an important question, and I really appreciate it. I heard a conversation earlier about what the officers look like. I think that's a part of the conversation. But much more importantly, I think what you're getting at is officers who are integrated into the community, who know our community as well. It's not just about hiring an officer and getting to the place of understanding. It's about people who are a part of the community in the first place. My father always says, if you know a community, if you know very well, and you go to school, your children go to school, they come up with a whole lot of ways or reasons not to shoot someone. And I think that's very important. We have a number of examples of ways that departments across the country are trying to identify people. We have a Police Explorers program, a law enforcement career pathways academy that's designed to take young people out of high school, out of our local neighborhoods, and make police officers more funding for things like that, more funding incentives for officers of the community would help.
Okay, and I'll yield after Dr. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt him? Dr. Goff, your answer, and then I'll have to yield to the next questioner.
No, so absolutely, it can be useful for the community to see themselves reflected in their law enforcement protectors. I would also say, though, the focus, to the degree that we can keep there should be on law enforcement culture, not just on policies. Giving law enforcement the tools to make sure that the people who advance and the people who get fired, the people who get hired, reflect the cultural values of protecting the community and investing in community empowerment and voice, rather than just sets of policies which may or may not get fired. Culture eats policies for breakfast, and we do well to remember that as we revise our interventions.
Thank you. Senator Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this hearing, but I especially appreciate the testimony we've heard. Now, I'm going to ask Ms. Gupta a question in an area that she's well familiar with. We've seen a proven track record, pattern or practice investigations, what it can do. But despite the proven track record of reducing police shootings, the Justice Department, the Trump Justice Department, has effectively abandoned pattern or practice investigations and the use of consent decrees. I think it was 14, if I'm correct, consent decrees were enforced under the Obama administration. I don't believe a single one has been enforced under President Trump. So my question to you, Ms. Gupta, you are a former head of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. How do pattern or practice investigation and consent decrees make a difference in changing police practices?
Well, the Justice Department, in a nation with 18,000 police departments, use this tool pretty judiciously, but would conduct an investigation after being made aware of systemic problems in a police department. These investigations often were anywhere between 6 months to a year. Very deep investigations involving interviews with hundreds and hundreds of community residents, hundreds and hundreds of police officers, police leadership, looking at all kinds of data, doing statistical analysis and the like, looking at training, accountability, supervision. And if their Justice Department made a finding of systemic unconstitutional policing problems in a jurisdiction, it would produce a report, make public the findings of this report, and begin to negotiate a consent decree. On rare occasions, it would involve litigation, but in most instances, the jurisdiction, the city, would settle and produce a far-yielding document that would allow, because it would be filed with a federal judge, allow for politics to be taken out and long-term sustainable change over the course of whatever political administrations may come and go.
And that's the reason I asked the question. Does it send a message if you don't use these tools, if you have documented police misconduct? Doesn't that say, well, we're just going to close our eye to it?
Yeah, I think it has sent a very dangerous signal for the Justice Department to have shut this work down. I think it creates more of a culture of impunity in a sense that there isn't a kind of a watchdog agency that has been historically, through Republican and Democratic administrations, played a really important role in ensuring constitutional
well, and the reason I asked the question, I don't think of Vermont as being a microcosm of the country, but I've never heard such across the political spectrum the kind of concerns I've heard it's happening. And then in the hundreds, even thousands of emails I get from around the country, people say this movement is simply not going to go away after some time, as others have. I hope they're right. What would you tell members of Congress who think we can just wait and see?
This waiting and seeing will mean more people will die. And I think it will undermine any sense that we have a legal system that is legitimate and fair in people's eyes, and ultimately that undermines public safety.
Well, I happen to agree with you, and it's we have to keep talking about it. I have a question for Mr. Merritt on with any other civil rights issue, legal protections against police brutality will only be meaningful if they can be enforced in a court of law. I'm a lawyer, I was a prosecutor, I was a trial lawyer. Many who oppose making changes to the qualified immunity doctrine. And it's been pretty evident it's prevented victims of even horrific police brutality from getting redress in court. They argue that it's going to open excess litigation and prosecution of police officers. How do you respond to that, Mr. Merritt?
First, I'll say that we've done a review of case law in the area, and there are several officers over an expansive period of time that have been granted qualified immunity for applying a knee to someone's body and them expiring during the course of that. In other words, Derek Chauvin is ripe to benefit from the protections of qualified.
In other words, using the knee to kill somebody.
That's correct.
Okay.
Stated plainly, using the knee to kill somebody is the kind of thing that gets you qualified immunity in America. The scary thing is, the concern is that if you remove qualified immunity, you flood the courts with cases of officers killing people. Most nations don't kill that many people that's a legitimate concern. Only in America is that a problem. So the answer, of course, to the question is stop killing so many people.
Thank you. You said what was on my mind. Right. I have other questions. Can I submit them for the
Absolutely. Senator Cornyn.
And I thank all the witnesses.
Thank you. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the witnesses to tell us if they believe that the police department and the police in America are systemically racist. Does anybody, would anybody like to raise their hand agreeing with that statement? Mr. Merritt? I'm sorry, Professor
Logan.
Professor Logan, I can't see that far away. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
So we got two that think this is systemic, and that means all 18,000 police departments, all 800,000 law enforcement officers. Is that your view?
I think if you couch it in the system and not meet, I don't know all 18,000, but the system in and of itself has systemic racism.
I'm sorry, if I may, Senator. The reason that I've observed that all police in America is embroidered in a systematic racism is because their mission is bad. We empower our police to go over police inner city communities, to go in there and find drugs and guns and punish wrongdoers. The issue is the problems in the inner city community are blight or poverty or sickness or homelessness. Those aren't situations that are necessarily remedied by a man with a gun, but rather the appropriate social workers, for example, or healthcare workers that would remedy the problem. When we over-concentrate our communities, with black and brown communities specifically, with militarized policing, what you're going to have is disproportionate use of force and incarceration of black and brown people.
Well, Mr. Merritt, to the extent that you are suggesting that we're asking our law enforcement officials to do more than just enforce the law, to be social workers, mental health providers, and the like. I think Chief Brown, formerly of the Dallas Police Department, said we ask our police to do too much, and that's probably true in my view. A number of jurisdictions have experimented successfully with a team approach. For example, to try to reduce or de-escalate the confrontation when it comes to people with mental illness or the like. And certainly, I think all of us see the benefit of de-escalation training. But to what extent is the problem that we have with excessive use of force and lack of trust with the police a matter of class as opposed to race? In other words, it doesn't depend on the color of your skin, but whether you're poor or lack opportunities in our society.
Senator Cornyn, in the United States of America, it's a little difficult to disentangle those two, and I don't think there's an institution in this country that isn't suffering from structural racism given our history. I think the goal of taking action in this moment is to recognize that there are things that Congress can do to end the killings in our streets, to provide law enforcement with greater training, support, to make national standards on things that, frankly, should have been national standards years ago. This is the time to take action, given the pain on the streets and in communities, and this is just the reality of of what communities have been experiencing, but there
Well,
is
Ms. Gupta,
action
I don't have very long to ask questions. So let me ask you, you changed the phrase from systemic to structural racism. What does that mean? That means everything, every institution, every person in America is a racist?
It means that there is bias built into existing institutions. And the policing, there have been any number of courageous police chiefs that have spoken to the history of systemic racism in policing as well.
Do you think systemic or structural racism can exist in a system that requires individual responsibility? Or do you think it's one or the other?
I think every American institution has been kind of shaped by these forces, and our goal is to do what we can as policymakers, as advocates, to take that out and to provide and to try to fight it in the modern day iterations that it appears.
Well, do you believe that basically all Americans are racist?
I think we all have implicit bias and racial bias. Yes, I do.
Wow.
And I think that we are an amazing country that strives to be better every single day. It's why I went to government, to make a more perfect union.
Well, you lost me when you want to take the acts of a few misguided, perhaps malicious individuals and ascribe that to all Americans, not just our 800,000 police officers, our 18,000 police departments. I think, thank you for your answer.
Somebody has their mic on. Could you please mute it from the remote locations, I think? Okay, Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me respond to Senator Cornyn's question, because I think what we find, Senator Cornyn, is that...
I didn't ask you a question.
Well, I think you asked them a question, which I would like to try to answer. If you take a look at our system of justice and start with the premise that when it comes to drug users, there's an equal percentage of white and black drug users. Now you look at the number arrested for the use of drugs, turns out more blacks than whites. The number convicted, the number prosecuted, the number incarcerated, dramatically larger among the African American population. There's something built into our system that doesn't equate actual criminal conduct or criminal disposition towards the penalties that we assess.
And my only suggestion is that could well be a function of poverty as opposed to color.
How it starts, I'm not sure, but I can tell you at the end of the system, the result is the same. Can I mention two other issues, if I can, that the chairman has raised, and I'd like for him to consider this. Back in the day, before I was elected to Congress, I was defending the sheriff of a rural county in Illinois, and he was being sued for the mistreatment of a prisoner in jail. How did I end up defending him? Not because I was the state's attorney, not because I was in public office, but because I worked for an insurance company. And it turned out that DeWitt County, Illinois, had an insurance policy that covered the sheriff. So when the sheriff was sued for wrongdoing as the sheriff, ultimately the county, DeWitt County, stepped in and indemnified him for any liability he might have. So it turns out, Mr. Chairman, that in 99 to 100% of these cases against the wrongdoing of an individual officer, there is an employer who steps in and provides an insurance policy and coverage that pays whatever needs to be paid. And I will tell you, as a former trial lawyer, I didn't go after motorcycles of defendants. I was looking for their insurance policies. So I think the personal liability issue which you raised is covered by the fact that 99 to 100% of these cases involve insurance policies. But they never get to the question of liability because they can't get around the basic issue of qualified immunity. They can't match up on all fours misconduct with something that's already been tried. Mr. Merritt, has that been your experience?
That has.
So I would just answer your question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, those who are guilty of wrongdoing should be held on a civil basis for their wrongdoing. And no, it would not mean that their homes would be taken away from their wives in that regard. Can I ask this question, if I might? We've talked a lot about the conduct of those who are in law enforcement. And I recently had a roundtable last Friday in Chicago, and a representative of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Now, we all know that mental illness is part of this conversation. And what we found was kind of an eye-opener from the viewpoint of law enforcement officers. The highest incidence of suicide among any profession in America are men and women in law enforcement. And they have 5 times as frequently PTSD and depression. It appears that there are some issues with their lifestyle, their job, the availability of weapons, the stress they go through that create a very vulnerable population among law enforcement officials. I believe we need to address, and I'm happy to co-sponsor this legislation of Senators Booker and Harris and others, I believe we need to address that side of the equation. I believe there's been, and we've seen it in videotape and proven it with DNA, there has been racism and unfairness in our administration of justice. But we also try to address, at least in parts of this bill, the training of those who are in law enforcement, to try to find those who are not stable, those who are not fair, those who are too biased, and those who shouldn't have a badge and a gun. And so let me just address that for a moment. Ms. Gupta, would you like to address that issue? It strikes me that we've got to consider that aspect of it if we want a police force in the future that we can count on not to repeat what the sins of the past.
Yeah, I mean, on these issues, the Justice Department consent decrees always had provisions on officer wellness, and because the mental health issues among police officers was a big concern around accountability issues, discipline issues, and the like, and that was built into these consent decrees because they had to be taken seriously. And the other issue that you just mentioned around de-escalation, use of force, different training, bringing mental health teams in so that mental health professionals were paired with police officers when arriving on the scene with people in mental health crisis was another thing that was a really common theme. But both of these issues around mental health and policing were really important.
The last point I'll make is questions have been raised. Why, when the one officer with his knee on the neck of that poor man, literally killing him, was engaged in that conduct while he was, I believe he had shackled, he had cuffs on at some point, so he was no visible threat. What were the other 3 officers doing? Why wasn't there some attempt at intervention? And some have explained to me that because there's a military structure to our police that the chain of command makes peer intervention difficult, if not impossible. And I think we have to address that when we talk about police in the future.
Thank you. Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We all know that about the brutal and senseless killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. There's no excuse, nor can there be, for what the police did to Mr. Floyd. His killers, fortunately, are being brought to justice. His death, we hope, will not be remembered solely for being the senseless act of violence that falsely was launched in his name, but rather, hopefully, his memory will be made permanent in our national consciousness in the long-term reform of policing policies across our country. In my home state of Utah, the city of Ogden is still mourning over another death, that of police officer Nate Lyday. On May 28th, a woman called 911 saying that her husband was threatening her life. Lyday and a group of officers arrived promptly at the home. The man inside the home began shooting at them from inside. Lyday was mortally wounded. Officer Lyday was only 24 years old. He was about to celebrate his 5th wedding anniversary to his wife, Ashley. He had been on the job as a police officer for just 15 months. By all accounts, Officer Lyday did his job honorably and completely, very much up until the moment he drew his last breath after being mortally wounded on the job. Nate Lyday was an officer who sought to uphold justice and protect the innocent, even making the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of a threatened and fearful family. Nate Lyday's loss really is our loss. It's a loss for everyone. George Floyd's loss is also our loss. It's a loss for everyone as well. And we ought to remember and revere them both. I think we can do precisely that. And the residents of Ogden, Utah are a good example of how that can happen. They came together for a peaceful protest in order to draw attention to both of these tragic deaths. This was a protest that ended and started peacefully and brought members of the Ogden community together rather than pulling them apart. So this is an important issue. It's one that we've got to continue to focus on. In 2012 in Camden, New Jersey, New Jersey had the highest. Camden, New Jersey had the highest rate of crime in the entire nation, as I understand it. In addition to rampant crime, the police department in Camden, New Jersey, discovered extensive corruption among the police force, with officers routinely planting evidence on suspects, fabricating reports, and in many circumstances, committing perjury. This behavior was so pervasive that a total of 88 convictions had to be reversed as a result of it. And as a result of this fallout, the governor and the mayor decided to disband the Camden, New Jersey police force and transferred the policing of the city over to the county. Now, notably, the rebuilding of this new Metro Police Department moved forward without the involvement of a number of people who had previously been involved in it, including the police union. Officers from the disbanded Camden Police Department were invited to apply for the new police force, and over 100 of them, a little less than half as far as we can tell, were eventually rehired. But as a result of this restructuring, response times improved. Now a person waiting for a police responder waits, I'm told, an average of 4.4 minutes, instead of the previous average, which I'm told was over 60 minutes. Violent crimes in Camden have dropped 42% in just 7 years. All of this was done without a union. And in fact, all of this was done by freeing the department from a collective bargaining agreement that, as it's been explained to me, had previously locked the city and the city's police department into an unholy alliance with some officers who had violent and, in many cases, lawless tendencies. And so this brought about what, by all outwardly observable metrics, seemed to be a better set of circumstances. So, Mr. Logan, I want to thank you for being here and for your healing words. I appreciate your account of the progress that's been made in Camden. And in your written testimony, you mentioned the difficult balance that has to be struck in order to empower police officers to do their difficult work, while also holding accountable those who disregard the justice that they're entrusted to uphold. In your view, did this restructuring that happened in Camden, tell me about how it helped to recalibrate that balance between power and authority that you mentioned?
Thank you, Senator. I would say that they listened to the people, from town hall meetings to conversations. Once what we're doing here, they begin to hear from regular residents. And I remember Governor Christie came to a hall near my house and had several clergymen and regular residents speak into their struggles, their challenges, their fears, and the issues of Camden in its broken state. And Mayor Red just did a great job of hearing and almost re-saying to make sure that we were heard. And from that, as the new officers, again, the community policing, as they walk the streets, as a preacher, I'm good for a block party and an impromptu cookout. I never forget, I was cooking on the corner, and one of the officers, everybody called me Pastor Diddy. So he said, Pastor Diddy, man, I'm going to go get some more hot dogs because we're out. This officer goes and gets hot dogs and comes back, and he's electric sliding on the block. That would have never happened in Camden. That connection, that relationship now, if that officer was to pull over somebody, it changes the whole story. And so that accountability was a big, that relationship created the accountability that also was put in place, because now, a big thing that happened in Camden, we didn't know half the officials. So their faces were very visible and conversations were constantly happening. And therefore, and we had the baseball cards with the police officers. All those type of things built into our connection, our relationship, which allowed for a level of trust. And in 10 seconds, I got pulled over in front of my house at a cookout, coming back with some more food. And one of the officers was talking a little rough to me. And I was at my house. And the other officer said something to the effect of, "Oh, you the pastor, right?" I said, "Yeah." And he sort of told the guy, "Calm down, he lives right here." It was that simple. I don't know if that story would have been the same in 06, in 07. And 2012 was rough. One of that key murder that was in December was in front of my church building on Saturday night. And they still had the tape out when I showed up to church Sunday morning. And our congregation cried. I preached outside and prayed that God would change the city and he would use his church and that we would preach Christ Jesus and things would change. And we had a good mayor who came to my church and visited a couple times. And I have family that live there now, and they are benefiting from a new police department.
Senator Lee, if you don't mind me adding briefly, if the rules allow. I would be remiss not to mention this. I taught in Camden, New Jersey. It was my first job out of undergrad. I taught at Morehouse College. I will be very brief. One thing to Senator Graham's, Chairman Graham's point, was they made it a particular effort to recruit from Camden. So one of my former students, Jimmy Mercado, is now a police officer in Camden. When he goes into some of the rougher neighborhoods, they know Jimmy, right? Just like they knew Pastor here, and that does make a difference to your point, Mr. Graham.
And I know this committee is an interesting experience. I enjoy it. Nobody else does. I learn a lot. What percentage of the Camden police force was minority before their
I don't have those numbers.
I don't have those numbers. I know after it was like 50 some odd percent.
I can say that there are neighboring communities there, and the concern was that most people came from neighboring communities there that did not reflect.
So it really is about being from the community as much as anything else, getting out and about. That's as important as the racial makeup of the police force.
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
The only thing I would just want to add, Senator, is there have been studies, though, about diversity in law enforcement. And, of course, it matters deeply for trust, but studies actually show that diversity does not impact use of force rates and misconduct in the way that one would anticipate. So it matters.
That's what I'm learning from this hearing. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here for this hearing.
For 5 Utah minutes. Okay.
I want to take a moment on Section 1983, which, as you know, is the primary vehicle for assessing liability for police misconduct. And as you also know, the primary defense against that liability, and it's even a pretrial defense, is the defense of qualified immunity, which is the subject of the Booker-Harris legislation. Now, qualified immunity, as I understand it, limits liability, narrows the window of conduct for which an officer can be held liable, and its original purpose was to protect the individual officer. At the same time that it does that, however, it has the effect of depriving the injured or wronged person of their recovery. And also, it dulls the signal back into the agency that something is wrong because they got away with it because of qualified immunity. So as we've heard today, police officers are actually almost always indemnified by their departments. And it's interesting to think of it because the only way you get by qualified immunity is if you had if a reasonable person would have known that what you did was unconstitutional. And
reasonable police officer.
Yeah, and that group of people who reasonably should have known that what they did was unconstitutional, they're the ones that are getting indemnified.
That's right.
So it's not like there's some bad cases where we don't indemnify, and the good cases we do. Indemnification is the constant here, pretty much. And in addition to the study Senator Harris cited, there's another report that described the indemnification as occurring virtually always. So one wonders, why should the department be obliged to pay? And it seems that there are a lot of obvious reasons. One, they set the policy that the officers follow. Two, they set the procedures that the officers follow. Three, they establish the training that the officers follow. Four, they dominate the culture that the officers follow. And finally, they provide the discipline that the officers must adhere to. They are the employers in a nutshell. So I look outside of the police cases to regular employer liability, and there you find an ancient doctrine, vicarious liability, respondeat superior, in which if you're acting within the scope of your employment, your employer owns it.
That's right.
And UPS drivers drive really safely because UPS knows they own those wrecks, and they're going to make darn sure. A private company that is paying for security services is going to lean towards hiring bonded security professionals because they know that if they screw up, the company owns it. So the incentives are in the right place. So here is my worry, and here's what I'd like you to think about. We've got a couple of choices here. We can leave qualified immunity alone. I think that would be a terrible mistake. So that means we should strip out qualified immunity. And then we can do one of two things. We can either just do that and hope that indemnity survives. But, Mr. Merritt, as you said, there's going to be a flood of cases that qualified immunity defenses have kept out of the courtrooms. And right now, indemnification of officers stands on a fairly rickety structure of a mix of policy, practice, municipal ordinance, state law. You agree with that?
So far, yes, sir.
Yeah, you've tried these cases. You know this. So if there's this surge of cases because we've stripped qualified immunity away, it seems to me that we also need to lock down where everybody is right now, which is indemnification. That officers are now virtually always indemnified after we've stripped away qualified immunity. They should stay indemnified. That vicarious liability, one of the oldest and most established doctrines in the law, would provide that, and that would be a fairly sensible backstop to make sure that Chairman Graham's concerned that an officer who does something wrong doesn't lose his house, and to also meet all of our concern that the departments get behind the policies, the procedures, the training, the culture, and the discipline that will, to your point, Mr. Merritt, prevent these things from happening in the first place. So given those three choices, leave qualified immunity alone, strip out qualified immunity but don't touch indemnification, or strip out qualified indemnity and protect indemnification, make sure that officers remain indemnified, which would you recommend?
I would recommend, protecting or moving towards respondeat superior, which are three options. It's the third option. That ensures the superior individual, the entity, does a quality check on their employees.
It's nothing new under the law. Respondeat superior has been around forever, and it's the status quo in these cases as a matter of practice, is it not?
That's correct.
Ms. Gupta, anything to add? I've gone over 30 seconds, so keep it short.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll yield back the time I've gone over.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hawley, as you can tell, 5 minutes is subjective here. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to each of you for being here today. Pastor Logan, Professor Logan, if I could come back to you. I'm just a little bit familiar with, probably not as much as I should be, but with Epiphany Fellowship, both in Philly and in Camden, and with Eric Mason, who I've had the great privilege of hearing preach many times, and with your ministry. So thank you for what you've done in those places, and thank you for your continuing ministry.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you to come back to your experience in Camden? And I've read your testimony, and at the risk of having you repeat yourself, but I don't think that would hopefully do anybody any harm. As you talk about the restructuring that you helped participate in there in Camden, and police coming to your block, you say in small groups of 2 or 3, and yeah, I love your line. You said our problems in Camden were not going to be solved overnight. We needed the slow cooker version. I wondered if you could just elaborate on that a little bit more for us. And you were doing it with Senator Lee, but could you just pick that back up and talk to us about what that looked like in Camden, what you saw be successful there, about building those relationships and what that meant?
Yes, I would say I always talk about crockpot ministry. It takes a long time to work it through. It's not simple, especially when we're trying to change culture. In the murder of George Floyd, he was training, an officer with 17 strikes was training other officers that day, which we would have trained officers with a bad culture, which would have then blended into the culture and added to the systemic issues already. And so if we're going to change something, we have to change culture. So the crockpot reality was listening and learning and then trying to legislate. The crockpot reality, the slow cooker, taking our time, was not going to be just throw money at it. It wasn't going to be just grab 20 African Americans and 20 Latinos and call that diversity. Bootleg versions of patches, but it was going to take a collective overhaul and then a long build out. And I applaud all the government workers there in Camden who took their time and worked that through. And not only was it a comprehensive overhaul, but it was a collective overhaul because they called in people from all over the city to participate in that. And that took time. I mean, Camden, we saw multiple murders. I did multiple funerals of kids under 15 on that. And then, on the other hand, felt very, very unsafe. And so all of us wanted to say, you got to fix this now. But it was a crockpot repair.
As you look back on that experience, what are the pieces that stick out to you as being the most significant, that made the most impact, that really moved the ball forward the most?
I think it was the community policing, where those conversations and those relationships were developed, where they were visible and active. So that community policing was a big deal. And second was hearing from the residents and from multiple groups, particularly the pastors and different ones. And Mayor Red did good to pull in as many as she could in her time. So that relational community aspect was really a beautiful element that helped greatly.
Very, very good. Can I ask you about something else you said in your written testimony? You talk about the flaws of asking police to fix upstream problems, your words. Could you just talk to us a little bit about your experience as a pastor, what you mean by upstream problems, and just maybe tell us more what you mean about that, because I think that seems like a significant point you're making there.
Well, it's been said here on this committee that a police officer is given a task of social worker on the second decision making. And yes, it's difficult. He's social worker, he's fixing, he's dealing, he's trying to administer mercy, he's trying to do so much. And I want to give credit to those officers who navigate that. But my colleague, Mr. Merritt, has told us that we failed miserably, and we kill a lot of people in America through police, and other countries haven't. So when if my plumbing backs up, I'm not going to call an electrician because he's probably going to mess up my plumbing. So when we put plumbing problems on electricians, they mess up your plumbing. And so when we put so much on police, and that's why the system is messed up, because they shouldn't have to do that. And so the upstream problem it's difficult navigating and almost unfair. That's why we talk about the brokenness of the system.
Okay, last question, Mr. Chairman. Pastor, can you just give us an example? Give us an example of what you think of an upstream problem, a plumbing problem that we're calling an electrician for, just to help us get our hands around it.
I'll use a negative. Mr. Brooks in Atlanta, the officers showed up to ask him to talk with them. I felt that they were applying not just justice, but mercy. He was saying, I can just walk home. And so now they're navigating a few areas. Are they supposed to do justice and lock him up? Are they supposed to do mercy and honor and say, look, I'm asleep, I can go home? And so in light of that, that is so much to juggle and handle. Yeah, I'm a little emotional. I saw that video and it's been messing with my head even sitting here. But yeah, I think we give too much to do for our officers and we don't train them properly. I think we need to parse this out and restructure completely because we need comprehensive change and radical intervention.
Senator, if I may add to that question.
You bet.
Absolutely.
What we're finding out is that no amount of law enforcement, no amount of officers, no amount of use of force can secure a community that's stuck in poverty. Officers tell us we can't be the social workers, we can't be the mental and chemical health therapists, we can't be the housing counselors and all of these other things in this community. They're telling us what our communities need from their perspective on the ground. And so if we can find, as I was alluding to earlier, again, $200 billion a year to pump into police prisons, we can never find the resources to raise the minimum wage, to clear the Section 8 waiting list, and to provide those social workers and all of those other things that our officers are telling us that they need. Well, then those are some of the upstream problems that officers are constantly trying to tell us that we need to address. That's why we're putting social workers in the call to connect people to stability, to support, to solutions, instead of just creating deeper crisis when we find people who are in crisis.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll lead off with that, and I appreciate Mr. Logan's words and his emotion, because I think we're all feeling that. Mayor Carter, it was hard to hear parts of your story, but just so my colleagues can hear it, you were talking about how your grandpa, Melvin Sr., worked at that railroad in Minnesota and how he was called George. In fact, all the porters were called George, so that the white passengers only had to hear one name. And then out of that, and learn one name, your dad becomes one of the first African-American police officers in the city of St. Paul. And you talked about how you thought about your dad, and I know still do, and the people around him, the officers he knew as superheroes. And I guess my question is how you talk to those police officers now, some of whom you knew growing up, about why it is so important to have this systemic change with policing, from your personal experience.
Senator, thank you for the question, and I think that's really important to note. Our officers are just as disgusted by the video of George Floyd's murder. I had one officer recently say to me, I signed up for a dangerous job, but the notion that I could be hurt because someone's upset about something that some other officer did in some other jurisdiction, that makes me frustrated. And so we are connected with our officers, and they know that those instances don't serve them well, and they don't want to serve next to those officers, and they're frustrated, cannot get my children, all of our children deserve to be able to look at our officers as those superheroes in the way that I did growing up. That's one of the reasons why it's so important, as you mentioned, Senator, we constantly integrate our officers into our community, that we're working. We have established under Chief Axtell, our police chief, we've significantly grown our community engagement division in our police department. We established those initiatives that I mentioned earlier to ensure that we're providing pathways for new people who grow up in our city, who go to our public schools, to become officers and to serve the city, both as officers, as paramedics, as EMTs, as firefighters. That is critical. They're out at our communities, as you are. You've seen them, Senator. They're out at our communities. They're engaging with people on a direct basis, so that their only engagement with people isn't just there's something wrong and I'm here to arrest you. We talk to our officers all the time about that. It's a part of our training. It's a part of our mission. And our chief always asks folks as we go about the work, in the words of our chief, putting deposits into our bank of trust before we ever have to make a withdrawal.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask Ms. Gupta a question, but I'll have you follow up on the record. I know Senator Graham was asking you about other police departments, or you were responding to his question about Minneapolis, and I think you were trying to make the point that this is happening all over the country, and it's not just in one department. So I want to give you a chance on the record later to answer that, but I'm going to turn my remaining time to Ms. Gupta. And I think you know, Ms. Gupta, that I led a letter with about 26 senators asking for a pattern and practice investigation from Attorney General Barr of the Minneapolis Police Department. And do you think that such a pattern and practice investigation is needed?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And I don't know if you're aware, but right before this hearing started, we've done 2 letters now, a group of us. I got a response, and it was from Mr. Boyd, the Assistant Attorney General, and they did not commit to doing this investigation. They said the section may initiate a civil action in the name of the United States and seek appropriate injunctive relief. We will carefully consider the evidence in this case as well as any additional information that comes to our attention. Do you think there is enough information now out there that the whole world has seen to embark on this investigation?
I think the years of systemic problems in the Minneapolis Police Department, coupled with, of course, George Floyd's most recent killing of Mr. Floyd and other police misconduct in Minneapolis by the police department would merit a pattern and practice investigation. There's a pretty abundant amount of evidence.
And I also know that some of the consent decrees, when you led the Justice Department Civil Rights Division, actually required police departments to ban the use of chokeholds and other neck restraints. Is that right?
That's right.
So that's one of the examples of something that could come out of a consent decree that was a result of a pattern and practice investigation.
Yes.
And then in our state now, because we have not been able to have that Justice Department pattern and practice investigation, in addition to Attorney General's investigation, Attorney General Ellison of the case and his prosecution of the case, we now have our Minnesota Department of Human Rights stepping in to look at the department. And Senator Harris was talking about the importance of having outside investigations, which I strongly supported when I was a prosecutor. We had some issues, as you may know, with the Minneapolis police trying to take those investigations in-house. But in addition to that, states, especially now, if the Justice Department isn't doing pattern and practice, could step in to actually oversee these investigations, but as well as oversee a similar version of a pattern and practice. Could you address that?
Yeah, I mean, I think both, just to get to your earlier point about chokeholds, consent decrees covered, in many instances, bans on chokeholds. They are not a substitute for national legislation on this issue, because otherwise it's just kind of jurisdiction to jurisdiction in the Justice Department, even when functioning according to its mandate, can't meet all of that. So national legislation is required. And then on this other point, on state AGs and other independent offices being able to do these investigations, it's really important that there are prosecutors and state AGs offices that are empowered to be able to take these issues on. They are going to have more trust than local DA's offices. It's just the nature of this, given the close relationship between district attorneys' offices and police departments. And so while I want the Civil Rights Division at the U.S. Justice Department that is filled with expertise to be fully funded and resourced and be given the authority that it needs to have, it is also really important to be able to equip state attorneys general and independent offices to do this as well.
Thank you very much.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing. Thank you for each of the witnesses for coming. You know, this is a time when our country is torn apart, is filled with anger, is filled with rage, is filled with division. And it is my hope that through this we can find ways to come together on shared principles. Here's one proposition I believe everyone in this hearing room agrees with. What happened to George Floyd was horrific. It was unconscionable. It was clearly a grotesque abuse of police power, and the officers that carried it out are rightly being prosecuted. To the best of my knowledge, every witness here today agrees with those statements, and every senator on this committee agrees with those statements. I think all of us, regardless of party, should demand justice and should demand that the law be applied fairly, regardless of race. That's a promise that our country was founded aspiring to, and it's a promise that we have had a deeply troubled history working to achieve. I also think it is true that any time you have government power, there's a risk of abuse. And we have a responsibility to protect individual rights against the abuse of governmental authority. At the same time, I think some of the rhetoric that has been used in the wake of Mr. Floyd's killing has been inaccurate and harmful. A great many of our colleagues use the phrase systemic racism to suggest that the entire criminal justice system is imbued with racism. I don't believe that's accurate. Some of our colleagues have said, and this was a quote from earlier in the hearing, nothing has changed from the days Dr. King stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. I think that proposition is demonstrably false. A great deal has changed since then. Our country has made a journey. As my friend Senator Booker said, Dr. King pointed to the arc of history bending towards justice. We have traveled along that arc. We no longer have Jim Crow laws. We no longer have segregated schools. We no longer have open bigotry that was so pervasive just a generation ago in our country. And I think for young people to say nothing has changed gives them a false and inaccurate picture of this country. When you point to systemic racism, something our Democratic colleagues often point to as the cause of this, it is worth noting in Minneapolis, the police chief is a Democrat. The mayor is an elected Democrat. Every member of the city council is an elected Democrat. The attorney general is an elected Democrat. Both senators are elected Democrats. Now, I don't for a moment believe that every one of those elected officials is part of systemic racism and oppression. And to tell the American citizens that's what's going on is misleading them, and it's harmful. Are there bigots? Yes. Are there people who violate the law? Yes. And when they do so, they should be prosecuted, just like the officers who killed Mr. Floyd are prosecuted. But to impugn the integrity of everyone working in law enforcement is a disservice to this nation. I want to point out in particular, there's been a lot of discussion about police officers and police forces, and defunding the police and abolishing the police has become a new political cause célèbre. I would like to point this committee to an article that came out just this month, June of 2020. It is entitled Policing the Police, the Impact of Pattern or Practice Investigations on Crime. And with the chairman's permission, I'd like to enter this article into the record. It is by two economists at Harvard University, hardly a right-wing bastion. Here's what they conclude, and it's a word of caution because there's a lot of discussion from our Democratic friends saying we need more Department of Justice pattern or practice investigations into police departments. That has become one of the frequent refrains. Let me just read from the conclusions of this study, because if we care about saving people's lives, the conclusions of this study should give us real cause for concern. Here's what the study concluded. They examined all of the police departments in which pattern or practice investigations had been launched, and they found a real difference for those investigations where there was not what they called a viral incidence of violence on a civilian. They found that did not increase crime, but here's what they found. All of the investigations that were preceded by viral incidents of deadly force have led to a large and statistically significant increase in homicide and total crimes, and here's their estimate in particular. We estimate that these investigations caused almost 900 excess homicides and almost 34,000 excess felonies. So if the members of this committee agree that Black Lives Matter, demonizing the police, causing them to pull back from protecting people's lives, will predictably cause more black lives to be taken. And so I urge that we proceed with caution, with a commitment to justice, and a commitment to truth.
Thanks, Senator Cruz. Senator Coons.
Is the senator asking, allowing for responses to that statement?
No. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As all of us know, the past 3 weeks since George Floyd was murdered by Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, with 3 of his colleagues not intervening, has been both heartbreaking and the response nationally in some ways inspiring. It's ignited a conversation long overdue and that requires that we act. This happens in the middle of 2 other crises, a global pandemic and an economic crisis, yet thousands have taken to the streets of every background and in every town in our country demanding action to advance justice and equality. The people are leading the way, and it's up to us here in Congress to follow. In the weeks since, Rayshard Brooks' name has been added to a too long list. So let me ask you, if I could, just a few questions of Ms. Gupta and Dr. Goff. We haven't heard as much from Dr. Goff as perhaps we should, so I'm just giving him a quick warning. I'm about to ask him a question remotely. Ms. Gupta, on the line of questioning my 2 previous senators have pursued about these pattern and practice investigations, ones that look beyond just a focus on a single bad apple officer, but look at the way an entire agency is being run, the way a whole department is operated and its consequences. I'll remind you, Officer Chauvin had 18 prior investigations for misconduct as an officer and was, I believe, a training officer at the time of the murder of George Floyd. I was proud to join my colleagues as a co-sponsor of the Justice and Policing Act. One of the things it would give to the Department of Justice is subpoena power when conducting investigations into patterns of police misconduct. Why would that subpoena power be an important and useful tool? And how do you think pattern and practice investigations can actually ultimately advance public safety?
Sure. Senator, if I could, just as a moment of privilege, at some point would like to enter into the record the ways in which the study that Senator Cruz mentioned has been debunked and several others that actually show the effectiveness of consent decrees, including a very recent one. And so I just wanted to state that. But on these consent decrees, the subpoena power is something that the Justice Department Civil Rights Division does not have. It was a real problem, for instance, when the Justice Department opened up a pattern or practice investigation into the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department with Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We had there a situation where the sheriff was unwilling to cooperate with the request for documents, the request for all kinds of information that is just typical around these kinds of investigations. It took at least a couple of years for the Justice Department to actually be able to litigate and win a judgment in court that gave the Justice Department access. And meanwhile, of course, the unconstitutional policing around racial profiling, national origin discrimination continued. And so without that subpoena power, it really limited the ability of the Civil Rights Division to do its full job. And it can play a factor also sometimes the police departments that may have the most entrenched policies, you don't want it to play a factor in limiting where the Justice Department is going to go. But if you've got such an uncooperative situation, the lack of subpoena power really impedes progress.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Dr. Goff, if I could, literally to follow up on what we were just talking about there. I'm also a co-sponsor of the End Racial and Religious Profiling Act, which is incorporated into the Justice in Policing Act. That bill would prohibit racial profiling and require data collection. Could you just briefly explain how we could use that data on stops, searches, and arrests to help achieve more equitable and more effective policing?
Absolutely. So the way that we would want to go about doing this is we don't want to just look at comparisons of rates. It's not enough to say that black people are stopped more often. It's not enough to say that black people have force used on them more often, because we don't know what the appropriate point of comparison should be, right? So Senator Cornyn asked earlier how much of this is really about poverty, right? There are times when people say that and they're not asking in good faith. I take the senator to be asking in good faith, and scientists have to ask that question as well, which means we have to take into account crime rates and poverty rates before we're able to make a determination that police have additional responsibilities above that. The robust analyses from the scientific community are clear. Crime and poverty are not sufficient to explain racial disparities in police stops or in police use of force. They are a part of the issue. They are not the whole issue. So if there were national data collection on these elements, it would be possible for both federal scientists and for the broader community of science to get a much better sense of how large is the actual level of bias in these behaviors and where can we be targeting them. That's an absolutely essential piece of the equation if we're going to solve these problems.
And Dr. Goff, as we've heard from the mayor, from Mr. Merritt, police are often our first responders to a host of problems that represent broader failings of our social safety net: lack of affordable housing, substance abuse treatment, mental health care. Can you just explain how adequately funding these social services would also reduce the burdens on police officers and hopefully lead to fewer deadly interactions between police and community members?
Right. So there are places in the United States where we don't think about policing as nearly as difficult a job as we do in our inner cities. In fact, the words inner cities have become code for where it's difficult to police because it's dangerous. The places where it's less difficult, at least in our imagination, are the places where if there's a mental health crisis, you can call a doctor or a clinician. Right? If there is somebody acting out at school, you can put them on timeout, but they're not a threat physically to anybody else. When communities have those set of resources such that they don't need to call law enforcement for every darn thing, then policing is easier. You are asking less of police departments, and communities are safer. Wherever you don't have to call the police, it's safer. Right? The code word for this in most places is the suburbs, right? And law enforcement would very much like to be having existences, even in the inner cities, of doing the same thing, where the communities that are most distressed and most vulnerable have the resources, so they have to call less. If we invest in public mental health, right, then those resources will be there instead of law enforcement having to respond, and so forth and so on for each of those social ills.
Well, thank you, Dr. Goff, Ms. Gupta, and our whole panel for your powerful testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. I hope it's one of several opportunities we have to talk about this. I also hope that we find a way to find common ground. I've been heartened by a lot of the comments here because it really sounds like we all understand there's a problem, we need to act on it. Then every once in a while I'll hit a drift on either my side or you all's side that makes me concerned that we're going to get close and then we're going to back off into our corners at the expense of making real progress. And I think there's a chance to make real progress. When Senator Hawley was asking about upstream challenges, it reminded me of a few things that I've tried to work on. Back in 2000, 2001, I was a town commissioner in a town in North Carolina, and we did something that it was only a town of about 25,000 people. Most people weren't doing in police departments, but we started funding and seeking accreditation for CALEA, which they've subsequently been reaccredited. They talk about use of force, de-escalation, community policing, better educating and preparing law enforcement officers for difficult and dangerous situations. I think that every law enforcement agency, all 18,000 here in the United States, need to raise the bar and make sure that they're training the officers with the best available information. So that's one upstream, making sure that our law enforcement officers are best prepared to do it. They're good people, the vast majority of them. They just need training and situational awareness. where they're in these untenable positions that humans make bad mistakes. Not in the case of Floyd. That was a bad human making a bad mistake, and I hope he spends a lot of time in prison. The other upstream, it does go down to the, the way that we engage the community. One of the reasons I'm even in the Senate now, or even joined the legislature, is I challenged a two-term Republican for killing an at-risk youth center that I was trying to get put into my community in an area where if we gave these kids an idea of something other than the day that the lives they lived every day, it'd have been a safer community for them and better outcomes. He killed it, and then I killed him in a primary. And we're still working on that project. Also, I have to tell you the socioeconomic piece, and Dr. Goff, I'm going to ask you a question on data because I'm a data person myself, but I remember vividly, I lived in a neighborhood in Nashville, Tennessee. Family fell on hard times, had to sell the house, moved into a trailer park about 1.5 miles down the road. I can tell you, the police were cruising through that trailer park a hell of a lot more than that house I lived in 1.5 miles down the road, and they looked at you differently. So there is a socioeconomic and racial component to this that we just have to recognize and work on it. Now, Dr. Goff, I think that data ultimately is going to help us do a better job of coming up with good decisions that we can come together on. I'm going to contact you because I'd like to talk about a more comprehensive view of all the factors that need to lead into it. I feel like, for example, do we have data right now that would suggest that there's a correlation between events that are occurring in a community and a bad outcome like we saw in Minnesota? Do we really have the kind of data that we need to where we could almost get to a point to where we could predict, based on certain circumstances, that we need to intervene? We need to find a way to reach out to the community or reach out to police officers and say there are signs in the community that make it more likely than not a bad outcome could occur. Is any research like that being done, or do you even get the point of my question, Dr. Goff?
I think and thank you for the question, Senator. I think the question is, can we figure out what's going to be the next Ferguson? Where's going to be the next Minneapolis? And are we currently collecting those data, and do we have the techniques to do it? And I'd say that, first of all, no, we're not collecting the data, because what we are collecting, even in major cities, the 18,000 police departments we've got, let's remember, 75% of them are 25 officers or fewer. There's 1,000 departments that are just one guy.
And in my mind, and Dr. Goff, in my mind, it's not a matter of having to cast a wider net for data. It's a matter of having the ability to aggregate data that probably exists in one form or another so that we can use it even in a predictive way over time.
That's right. Also, we need the actual people who can do the analysis, because data don't speak to us unless we've got someone who can do a responsible analysis. But part of the question you're asking is about data from communities, because we can't get it just from police behavioral data. We need to know how the community is feeling about their law enforcement, because the same sort of on-paper shooting that happens in a community that trusts their law enforcement, feels good and feels protected, has a very different outcome, right, than a shooting that happens where folks don't trust law enforcement. So we need more and different, and we also need the capacity to do that analysis.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, I can't imagine a better person to hopefully get us together and gain consensus on something that passes out of the Senate and goes to the President's desk. I would just encourage people not to draw bright red lines. Let's get something done.
Thank you very, very much. Senator Blumenthal.
Let me just say I agree. We can get something done if we do it together. And I think we're going to have to do it in the Congress because, frankly, the elephant in this room is the President of the United States, who issued an executive order today that I think almost everyone privately would agree is mostly empty promises, no real change, no real standards that can be imposed. And so we're going to have to do it on our own. I want to really lift up and give voice to some of the young people I have heard at demonstrations all around the state of Connecticut, 10 or 12 of them. A young woman, Imani Tyson, she's 16 years old, in high school in Bridgeport, and she's telling us, wake up, stand up, they're going to knock you down, stand up, they're going to run you around, stand up. I want to enter into the record all of her poetry.
Without objection.
The voice of Dion Forbes, 10 years old, 6 years younger than Imani. They kill us because we are strong. They kill us because we are powerful. Our lives matter. We deserve to breathe. That's what he said in a rally on Sunday, standing before 300 or so people in downtown New Haven. And a young musician who stood with him, Dunn Pearson, who said, I'm here to say, unfortunately, I don't know a black man who is not in some way George Floyd. I simply want to meet some black man in my lifetime who has never had any negative encounter with police. I could cite countless other voices. I think that Americans are awakening to them, partly as a result of my wonderful colleagues, Senators Booker and Harris. But I think we are at a moment of reckoning. And as a prosecutor, as a law enforcement person for most of my career, 4.5 years as a United States attorney and 20 years as Attorney General, I know that the best laws on the books are dead letter if they are unenforced. Almost 6 years ago, I helped to lead the Death in Custody Act, which required reporting of all deaths in custody. That law has never been implemented. The GAO reported its lack of implementation in 2018, and we still don't have those numbers or information. I think we need far more than numbers and information. We need real enforcement. And I will say that what really concentrates the mind is the prospect of a criminal conviction, a felony federal conviction. So I want to ask Ms. Gupta about Section 242. One of the principal steps in the Policing and Justice Act that you endorse persuasively in your testimony is the change in state of mind requirement that would be required from willfully to knowingly with reckless disregard. You were responsible in the Department of Justice for helping to enforce this measure. Would you please explain to Americans why that change would make a difference and why it would act as a deterrent to the kind of brutal killing that we saw in George Floyd and the other countless atrocities that have happened in recent weeks and months?
Yeah, currently the Justice Department has only one statute that they can use to prosecute police officers who violate the law criminally, and it has the highest criminal intent standard there is in the law. It requires not only that a prosecutor be able to prove that the officer used an unreasonable amount of force, but also that the officer at the time knew that what he or she was doing was unlawful, but did it anyway. And it's the willfulness standard. It has meant in far too many cases that have been terrible, terrible cases that the Justice Department has actually not had jurisdiction to prosecute. Justice Department prosecutors have long wanted to be able to expand their charging options to allow for prosecution of police misconduct cases in the criminal context with a slightly lower standard that would include reckless negligence. That having Congress give the Justice Department prosecutors this additional charging option would go a long way to ensuring that criminal individual officers that engage in these blatantly acts of misconduct would actually be held to account.
Thank you. That is one of the actions that this Congress could take, that the Department of Justice would take directly, as opposed to providing incentives or carrots and sticks, but that is the kind of action that the Department of Justice, the United States of America, could take to hold accountable police directly, correct?
Yeah, this provision is in the Justice and Policing Act. And I just want to say, for any of us that watched that video, perhaps too many times, of Officer Chauvin with his knee on George Floyd's neck, he looked straight into the cameras. He looked at them for a long time because he in no world imagined that he would ever be held to account for his actions. Because over and over again in this country, there has not been accountability, criminally or civil, for qualified immunity protections for officers that act this way. And there is simply no way to understand the look on Officer Chauvin's face and not look directly at our completely poor systems of accountability, which is why, in part, the Leadership Conference has pushed for these provisions to be made into law.
And as opposed to a civil action where there may be indemnification, when a policeman or anybody else is convicted of a crime, he or she has to serve the time. There's no indemnification there, correct?
Yes, and criminal accountability, as we all know, is different. I think it carries a different weight, but obviously criminal accountability, and I will say this, I said this when I was at the Justice Department, is not a substitute for the systemic reform and the kind of reforms that deal with the culture of policing, that deal with the training and the accountability systems and the like, but it is a crucial part of the kind of tools that are required.
And I'll just finish by saying I totally agree with you on systemic reform. I think that the Justice and Policing Act is a great and powerful first step toward it. I think criminal culpability is a pretty powerful deterrent to police misconduct. And we need to widen the lens and make sure we eradicate racism in education and healthcare and housing. But it's a pretty powerful deterrent if we can adopt that kind of change.
Thank you. Senator. Thank you. Senator Ernst.
Thank you very much. This has been just truly an exceptional discussion, I think, this afternoon, and something that is very long overdue. So thank you, Mr. Chair, very much for holding this session today. You know, as a senator, we try to be very objective as we see different situations in front of us, and you try not to have a personal reaction. But I think every single one of us, as we watched the video of George Floyd, had a very visceral, very personal reaction. And especially as Mr. Floyd was in his last breath, you know, calling out to his mother. I think there are so many of us that are mothers, and I can't imagine if that had been my daughter. I don't have a son, I have a daughter. If that had been her, that had been abused by a person in authority. It should never happen. It should never happen. And that person in authority was a police officer. So we are brought here today to reckon with that fact and to understand that there has been injustice for a very long time. And this is a very uncomfortable conversation that some of us are having. It is very uncomfortable because we don't like to talk about racism, and we don't like to talk about the fact that there might be injustice in this wonderful country. And it is a wonderful country, which is why we have the opportunity to come together and work together and correct some of these things. So I'm just really grateful to have the opportunity to be part of a group that will be able to make some difference. So Senator Grassley did mention that Iowa is leading the way. They have already passed a criminal justice reform bill. And I'm very proud of them. It was historic. And our Governor, Kim Reynolds, she signed House File 2647, which really is historic police reform, adding additional accountability for law enforcement that benefits both the community and those in policing. The bill included, and this is just a few of those key reforms, they are prohibiting the use of chokeholds. I think that's a wonderful step that all of our states need to grab hold of, literally. Preventing an officer from being hired in Iowa if they have previously been fired for misconduct, which is something we have seen over and over again, the rehiring of those bad apples, mandating yearly anti-bias and de-escalation training, and the bill allows the Iowa Attorney General to prosecute a criminal offense committed by an officer if their actions result in the death of another, which is an important step. And here's something else that's pretty darn remarkable about the bill, is that it passed unanimously in both of our bodies, the House and the Iowa Senate. There was not a single point of dissension. And I truly hope that within this body we can all come together. There will be some items that maybe we don't agree on, but let's find a path forward. Let's find a way, and let's see if we can come together and have a unanimous decision in this body. So there is a lot of talk about defunding the police, and I know that that's a quick and provocative soundbite, but I think there are other ways that we can go about reforming police. I do believe that we can add additional support for our police, whether it's the form of mental health counselors, those that specialize in de-escalation. And I would like to ask our panel, and I know I'm running out of time, but there are ways that we can go beyond the actions on the ground as well. We do still have problems with authority within our prison system as well. And all of my questions were answered. So I am working on a bill with Senators Blumenthal and Booker that address what we call a law enforcement consent loophole. And that is where sexual misconduct occurs in our prison systems, where a correctional officer will gain the consent of an inmate to have sexual intercourse or other sexual activity. And those abuses still exist in our system as well. And I think not only do we need to address those law enforcement officials that are out on the ground, but we also need to be looking beyond that in other law enforcement and justice situations where we can make corrections. I think this is a time to do that, and I appreciate working with my colleagues across the aisle on a number of these issues. And I apologize that I didn't get to questions, but I mean, do you think that this would be an appropriate time to address some of those issues as well?
I believe the heart of the matter here, the issue of police brutality in this country is directly tied to mass incarceration. We build so many prisons. We incarcerate more people than anyone in human history. We send our police force. Their mission is to go keep those prisons filled with drug users, with sick people, with poor people, according to our laws, when those people need treatment, not incarceration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gupta referred to some material that she wanted to enter into the record, and I'd like to ask the chair to have those materials entered.
Without objection.
I'd also like to thank Dr. Goth for pointing out that if a community has the resources that it needs and the support, the mental health, other services that it needs, it would not have to call the police as often as many inner city families have to. And I'd like to thank Pastor Logan for pointing out the importance of the relational community aspect of policing. So I would like to ask the panelists who are here physically, this is a pivotal moment that calls for more than just nibbling around the edges of the policing problem. Would the panelists who are sitting here with us today, would you agree with that?
Yes.
All of you do?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Gupta, you were in charge, or you oversaw the pattern or practices, cases against police misconduct for at least 3 years while you were in the DOJ. Have you read the Justice and Policing Act that we're referring to today?
I have, yes.
Would you say that the elements or the provisions of that bill are the kind of provisions that match the times? Does it match the size and scale of the problem that we're facing and addressing?
The leadership conference was really pleased to see the accountability framework that we put forth reflected in the Justice and Policing Act. And like many have said, it's a really important, substantial, comprehensive first step that is needed to meet this moment.
Mr. Merritt, have you read the Justice and Policing Act?
I have.
Would you say that this is a good first step for the kind of changes that we need to make?
There are critical provisions within the Justice and Policing Act that must pass in order for us to significantly impact the policing culture in America.
Ms. Gupta, Attorney General Sessions and Barr have tried to justify not holding police departments accountable by claiming that misconduct is limited to a few bad apples. So how is the bad apple argument used to basically avoid pattern or practice investigations or enforcement against police misconduct?
Well, so this Justice Department has continued in instances to prosecute officers for some criminal misconduct, but has completely halted the use of systemic investigations that really get at culture, training, accountability systems, and the like. And they've issued a tiny one out of Springfield, Massachusetts, but have halted the use of this tool and of consent decrees at large.
So if your view is that the police department is just a few bad apples and it's not some sort of a systemic problem that requires investigation, you are not going to investigate that police department, which is exactly what Attorney General Barr said regarding the Minneapolis Police Department.
Yeah, Congress gave the Justice Department the mandate in 1994 to investigate police departments where there was substantial evidence of pattern and practice of unconstitutional policing. And so I think that this Justice Department has abdicated its responsibility to enforce that mandate and is leaving a set of tools on the table that, frankly, many, even in law enforcement, have thought was very crucial. It was judiciously used, but it was a very vital tool.
When Attorney General Sessions was before this committee for his confirmation, I had asked him about the existing consent decrees and whether he intended to live up to them or abide by them, and he did not respond. But I know for a fact that at the time during the Obama administration, there were at least 15 consent decrees. Do you know if those consent decrees are still in effect?
They are in effect because they are with Article 3 federal judges. They're within days of Attorney General Sessions begin. He tried to ask the federal court in Maryland to get out of the Baltimore consent decree, but it had already been lodged with an Article 3 federal judge, and that consent decree is currently in operation.
I think that's why these consent decrees are so important in terms of policing reform, because it is a court. They are under the jurisdiction of a court, and you can't politicize it or these kinds of actions by a police department, and that's why they're really, really important. And I am more than disappointed that this administration has not entered into a single consent decree in 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Hirono. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Goff, I'd like to start out with you. The Center for Policing Equity, of which you're the CEO and co-founder, as I understand it, has worked with over 250 police departments nationwide and has been dedicated to aiding police departments in understanding and addressing their biases. With that kind of experience nationwide with police departments, I'd like to ask you to just step back a second and tell us what you think the 3 or 4 highest priorities we could focus on here to do the best job we can in legislation at the federal level would be. What would you tell us to focus on at the federal level?
So I appreciate the question. There's sort of 2 tracks I would encourage this body to look at. One is, as you've heard basically in unanimous chorus from the panel, is significantly more accountability for law enforcement. More tools on the table for DOJ, and a DOJ that's willing to use those tools. Similarly, we want more tools, we meaning the scientific community and those who work closely with law enforcement, more tools for law enforcement executives to hold their own officers accountable. I talked with police chiefs and sheriffs and superintendents all over the country who want to get rid of the officers that they know are bad, that their training division knows are bad, that their shift lieutenants know are bad. But because of the contracts in place and the high standard one must meet, they can't get rid of the officers they know are going to eventually become a problem. But there's a second track, which we've also been talking about. And I don't want us to be distracted by the language that is used to introduce this idea. Communities that don't have the money to take care of themselves, that don't have the public resources to take care of themselves, and the only thing that gets funding is police, they're going to call the police a lot. That's going to make the community less safe, but it's also starting with communities that are less safe. So there is a second track that I hope will be part of a longer conversation of how to make sure that the most vulnerable and the most forgotten communities of all races, but particularly Black communities, how they're able to get access to resources so they don't need to call the police in the first place. This is not a controversial position. It's a position that police chiefs like. It's a position that communities like. And frankly, I think is as consistent with the American values as any solution we can come out of from this moment.
Is that similar to trying to assure that we can actually build the American dream in these communities and that will help?
Not just build it up, but build the promise of it for the young people who are coming up looking forward to it. I cannot tell you the number of communities where I go and speak with young people who don't imagine that the American dream that everyone in this room has had an opportunity to be part of, that's part of the future they can aspire towards. And I'm not saying that there is a deficit of hope or aspiration in vulnerable communities. I'm saying that they understand that there's a contract we were supposed to offer to them and that we as a country have broken it.
Thank you. And Mayor Carter, could you comment on this? You're a mayor of a city. Could you comment on this second track that Dr. Goff just talked about?
Yes, Senator, thank you very much. First, I fully agree that those are the two tracks. I think even within that alternatives track that was described as ensuring that the American dream is real for people, I think that's very important. Also within that, on a more immediate level, we can ensure people call 911 for all kinds of reasons. Sometimes it's because someone's being robbed and there's something that may get it one. And sometimes it's because I need help. Sometimes it's because there's a person in crisis. Sometimes it's because I just didn't know who else to call. And so in the meantime, I think another track that alternatives track can take is saying we're going to fund those social workers in the community. We're going to fund those drug therapists, those mental health counselors, all of those types of other supports in the community. So that one, we can offload some of those calls from our police officers and law enforcement agencies who are telling us that they are overworked. And two, that we can meet the level of need, precise needs that our communities are presenting to us with a level of resource that actually speaks directly to those needs.
Thank you. And then finally, I'd like to move to you, Ms. Gupta. You also been involved with the you're involved with the Leadership Conference for Civil and Human Rights. And you've developed a comprehensive framework of how to approach this issue. Could you just take the remaining time I've got here and share with us maybe what you think the 2 or 3 most important pieces of advice you can give us here in Congress at the federal level are for where we should focus?
So, Senator, I promise I'm not trying to be cute here, but the reason why the Leadership Conference put forth the 8 proposals in our letter to members of Congress is because no one piece alone is going to be meaningful enough. So in the proposal are things like bans on chokeholds, creating a national use of force standard. These are the kinds of things that Congress is uniquely positioned over 18,000 police departments to articulate and change the culture of policing nationally in profound ways. But the other pieces that we had put in this were really about back-end accountability, because when there is a sense of impunity, whether in this case we're talking about in policing, it really has impacts on culture and interactions with residents. So we put in the need to expand Justice Department criminal jurisdiction for charging police officers who violate the law, but also ending qualified immunity that has really functioned as a shield for real liability and consequence for officers. So I can't pick apart. We offered this as a comprehensive framework. I was really pleased that the Justice and Policing Act incorporated this framework in, but it really is, in many ways, we need to be reaching at comprehensive steps here. Everything else in the past that we have tried is kind of nibbled at the edges, has tried to promote it through incentives or commissions and studies, and the reality is now that we need Congress to act in this comprehensive way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You could call me ranking if you'd like, acting ranking.
Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record several statements, including statements from Kristen Clark, President and Executive Director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under Law.
Without objection.
I just don't want to let it go past this conversation that got kind of sort of had me on the back with that somehow systemic racism means you're accusing every single person of being racist, which couldn't be farther from the truth. In fact, if you look at the businesses that have done the data analysis to find that we're paying women different than men for the same work, they were systems of systemic bias that were creating that. Was every man that worked in those businesses sexist? No, it's to me that is difficult to hear. And so what we know is that we have systems within criminal justice that produce different outcomes depending on a person's race. We have them, African-American women controlling for class to find that they die in childbirth at 3 or 4 times the rate. That means in that system, we have a racial outcome which is systemically racist. And maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I should turn to Jeff first. Sir, you're a political scientist. Is what I'm saying right in terms of the this idea, because it kills a conversation, and you know that, Mr. Chairman, when people think they're being accused of being racist, suddenly it stops an important academic conversation that can actually inform policy. And I was wondering if Jeff can comment on that, if you're out there, Jeff. If you haven't jumped ship.
I think that you mean Goff, which that sometimes happens.
I'm sorry.
All good. All good. Just want to make sure that you're talking about me.
I'm sorry.
It's totally appropriate. The way we've talked about racism has been a huge distraction for trying to solve it.
Yes.
When people are talking about racism in the public, they often mean bigotry. Right? They mean the individual feeling or attitude that says, I don't like you, and I'm going to organize my life around that dislike of you. But when we're talking about systemic bias or systemic racism, from a scientific perspective and from a data analytic perspective, that's not what we mean. Right? So in the academy, I'm a professor, so I'm a professional nerd, right? The people who work with me, the women who work with me, earn less than the men. That's not evidence that I hold in my heart bias against women because I'm a member of a class that has structural and systemic gender bias, right? Those two are different things. And it's easy to conflate them because we imagine that prejudice and bigotry are the sole predictor of actual discrimination and therefore systemic outcomes. Nothing could be further from the truth. From a scientific perspective, attitudes like prejudice and bigotry, those are weak predictors of behaviors. And the things we need to care about are those behaviors. In the streets of this country for the last 3+ weeks, we haven't been hearing chants of, what do we want? White people to like us better, right? We've been talking about the behaviors, right? But
yes, and
when we get distracted by that conversation, then the whole thing gets derailed. And instead of talking about the root cause and the things that could actually change those behaviors, reduce the number of deaths, we're interested much more in conversation about exonerating or condemning individual
Mr. Goff,
attitudes
you've given me
That's not scientific.
You've given me the answer. You're not the pastor on the panel, but hallelujah, amen. You should pass a collection plate. I mean, that's really what we were talking about there. This idea that somehow saying that is accusing everyone of being racist is going to kill our ability to come together and address systemic racism that does exist in the system. And so I've got 2 more people and 2 more questions, 1 more minute. And so I really want to ask Ms. Gupta, number 1, could you just give a nod to what he said from your perspective on systemic racism, because it was directed at you as well. And then number 2, I just want you to, for clarity, because my friend from Camden is describing a lot of things, but we know also, which he seemed to talk to, but can you just talk to the reason why they were successful is because they changed specific practices. Is that correct?
Yeah, so just a big amen to Dr. Goff. Institutional racism is about systems and policies that have built-in bias that produce biased outcomes, and there's just simply no way to look at our criminal legal system in 2020 and not see how institutional racism has infected it at every level and stage of the game. On Camden, and I appreciate the distinction with that Dr. Goff made. In Camden, one of the really significant things is Camden, New Jersey, actually, after all of the kind of scandal and overturning of convictions and corruption scandals, they literally rebuilt their police department. And they have now today probably what is the most progressive use of force policy on the books in the country. Chief Scott Thompson oversaw this whole effort. He's been an expert in many Justice Department investigations. He led with the community and with leaders like my colleague today who's here. But he managed with community input to really recreate a police department that looked wildly different, but has some of the most the kind of best practices in the nation around these structural changes that he made, many of which we are talking about as needing.
Absolutely. I'm going to cut you off just because I want to get to this really quick for Mayor, and I'm going to tread upon the chairman's goodwill, because what she's saying is absolutely right. They were in Camden. There are consequences. There are structural changes. So, Brother Mayor, you mentioned very quickly that there are critical elements of change. I know that Ms. Gupta's got 8, but can you just give me 2 things in the Justice for Policing bill that if you were saying that if you were doing a compromise big bill, getting everybody together, if it didn't have these 2 things, you'd be like, it's not worth it because we'll never see the kind of leverage and change. What are those 2 things?
Well, on the accountability piece is qualified immunity. Qualified immunity has been so expanded by our current judiciary that it's almost an absolute immunity. It has gotten out of control, and it's almost impossible for me to do my job representing these families if it remains in place. I've been advised by older senior attorneys to get out of the business if qualified immunity remains. Beyond that is the accountability piece. Section 242 is critically important, that allows for federal prosecutions of individuals.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to stop you there just because I'm respectful of Brother Kennedy, but I just want to say this to you real quick. What you basically said there, Mr. Grimke, Mr. Chairman,
I wrote it down.
Is absent right now in some of the work I'm seeing from my Republican colleagues. If there's no consequences for bad behavior, either criminal, civil, or both, you are not going to change the behavior of police departments. And we got to start there. And I just have to say, because he's a pastor in New Jersey, and I did not ask him a question. I think it was a Sermon on the Mount where Jesus said, "Blessed are those who are not asked questions, for they shall talk long on Sunday." All right.
Okay.
That's a different book, but I'll go for it.
Okay, thank you, Pastor. It's good to see you, sir.
Speaking of Jesus, Senator Kennedy.
Whoa.
Mr. Ranking Member and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for putting me first.
I think you deserve it. I think a smart person also said that no one is ever saved after the first 20 minutes of a sermon. So I'll get that one in. I want to talk to each of you. First, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to ask your opinion about recruitment. And I want to seek the opinion of each of you, so I'll have to ask you to get to the meat of your thoughts, if you would. Other than one's willingness to work for relatively low pay at a relatively high risk, I think it takes a special kind of person to be an effective police officer. And I know it's hard to generalize because we have 18,000 police forces in America. But starting with President Logan, tell me what you think about the way we recruit our law enforcement officials and how we could do a better job if you think that.
I would say I'm not very familiar in the recruiting, but what I will say is that if, in fact, we're going to recruit, then there needs to be a high level of diversity and training, because what's coming out is the problem. So somewhere between the hiring and them and our officers getting to the street or being trained and developed, yes, there's a breakdown in that system. So in recruiting, I would argue diversity, but that's not the fixer of the problem. That there has to be systemic change within the training and structuring. Hurting people hurt people.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Goff?
Yes, I'm hoping I'm off mute. It's a challenge to do this remotely. Yes, it absolutely matters, particularly for. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It matters particularly for communities to feel like the folks whose job it is to enforce the law look like them, because that's the difference between community policing and feeling like you are under the heel of an occupying force. I would say, though, that the mission of policing is a bigger lever for change than recruitment. I'll stop there for time.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I'll be brief. I think identifying some of the barriers to recruitment are critical. There are costs, of course. There are processes, of course, that sometimes take years for people who are from community, know a community well, to become a police officer. Also, there are written tests and for hiring and also for promotion that have little, if any, correlations to job performance. Those are a couple of the things that I would identify, as well as some of the types of career pathway programs like I described earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor.
I'm going to channel a mentor and hero of mine, Brian Stevenson, who I believe was also asked to be before this panel at some point. He talks about proximity, that the best recruits are going to come from closely proximate to that neighborhood. I believe the best recruits come out of the communities for which they're being asked to serve. I've seen that happen in Camden with my students. It's a critical component. I will add this.
So you would recruit from the community and then put the police officer back into that community.
That's correct.
Interesting.
I would add this. I have said that the not even the best trained, most highly recruited officer can save themselves from the bloody stain of a bad mission. In other words, when we send police officers in to do jobs that they're not qualified to do, the saying is to a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yes.
So you're sending men and women into these communities with guns to solve problems that their job simply doesn't qualify them to do.
Okay. Counselor?
I'll associate myself with Dr. Goff's comments, and I think that that there's no question that there's a lot of entanglement on some of these issues around people feeling trust in their police department and wanting to become a part of that department. And I recall the Justice Department had done studies on some of these issues because there have been real challenges in recruitment in particular communities, and that this issue around departments that are seen as serving communities as guardians versus the warrior type has a real influence on recruitment efforts, which probably seems obvious, but I think is important to say.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and your assistant, the chairman.
You're very well. I'm going to take the privilege of saying, Ms. Harris, you're up next and taking the chairman's role there.
That's right.
I thank you all.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking and everyone, all our colleagues. The Justice and Policing Bill is but one piece of a big problem. And I'm very heartened to hear our colleagues recognize that healthy communities are safe communities. And to achieve healthy communities, we do need to do a much better job investing in public education, public schools, mental health, access to health care and affordable health care, jobs, job training, affordable housing, increased home ownership rates, because when all of those things are present, we have healthy communities, and they are safe communities. I've said it earlier in my comments. The idea that by putting more police on the streets, we are creating greater safety, that's just wrong thinking. So I appreciate that conversation, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on creating healthier communities, which will then be safer. The subject before us in this bill is a very, very narrowly tailored issue. It is specifically about what we must do to create accountability and consequence when law enforcement breaks the rules or breaks the law. You know, I was a career prosecutor. I have tried everything personally from homicide cases to running the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, which was the California Department of Justice, second only to the United States Department of Justice. Too often, when we use the phrase accountability and consequence, it is directed at the person that was arrested and is never the subject of discussion about the system itself. This is that conversation. Is the system being held accountable, and are there consequences for bad behaviors within the system? I was disheartened to hear our colleagues suggest that when we discuss the fact of systemic racism, we are accusing people within the system and all people within the system of being racist. To my point of my colleague, Brother Booker's point, that kills the conversation. And it actually insults the intelligence of the American people. It is an extreme and simplistic attempt to reject the seriousness of this issue. The seriousness of the issue being presented when we look at the fact that in Texas, 12% of the population, actually less, are black people, but yet they comprise 27% of the civilians shot by police officers. That in Travis County, Texas, between 2013 and 2017, 29.4% of all drug possession involved black people, even though black people only make up less than 9% of the population. That in the United States, black people are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession, even though all data tells us that there is an equal amount of use among all people of all races in our country. So let's not fall in a trap of simplifying this in a way that then we don't address the real issue. And so I encourage our colleagues to not fall into these simplistic traps that are really about suggesting that if we reform the system, it is because we are calling everyone in the system racist. We are doing ourselves and the American people an injustice if we fall for that. Ms. Gupta, I have a question for you about the study that Senator Cruz, where he suggested that basically pattern and practice investigations result in bad outcomes. And I know you're going to submit studies for the record, but I'd like you to just give us, those who may not actually read the studies, a bit of information about how and why that study he cited have been rejected. And then my last question will be for you, Attorney Merritt, and it's simply to ask you, in the case of Tatiana Jefferson, if we had changed the rule around the standard of proof, what would be the outcome in that case? And what would have been the outcome in that case? Ms. Gupta.
So, Senator Harris, thank you. The study in question, the methodology has been challenged, and there's been far more studies. Just recently in May of 2020, Richard Rosenfeld and Joel Wallman did an extensive study studying whether depolicing resulted in consent decrees or in scrutiny of police practices, and found actually that is absolutely not the case. There have been a number of evaluations from the Vera Institute for Justice, the Harvard Kennedy School, that have evaluated the LA consent decree, the Pittsburgh, Cincinnati consent decrees, the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C., that was done by the former Inspector General Michael Bromwich, an innumerable body of evidence that I would like to submit into the record that show the kind of ongoing effectiveness. They aren't perfect. They don't result in perfect police departments. But the fact of the matter is that they are rigorous. They have metrics. Federal judges rely on these metrics. That's how they evaluate whether a department is able to move out of a consent decree. And so I think it's really important to actually have the data to back up the evidence behind some of the policy reforms that I know folks are pushing for, members of Congress are pushing for right now.
Thank you. And
Senator Harris, would you mind if I added to the methodology portions of this? Because I think it's important to get the science on this right.
As long as we have leave from the chairman, because we are now
absolutely
over time, and I want to make sure we also get to
very briefly, please.
And the ranking agrees.
Okay, so
go.
Yes, just very briefly. Yes. No, absolutely, very briefly. The vast majority of the cases of consent decrees that are included in the most recent study that Senator Cruz introduced show that things get better after a consent decree. The question is about after so-called viral incidents. There's a selection bias issue there. The places that have viral incidents also had great mistrust of law enforcement. So it's actually not scientifically a great idea to select just those cities and try and make causal claims about the influence of the consent decree, as opposed to the lack of trust that was there beforehand. I'll stop there, and with the rest of the research literature that Ms. Gupta will introduce, you'll have plenty of information to make good decisions on.
Thank you, Dr. Goff.
Senator Harris, first, let me thank you for saying her name. Her name is Tatiana Jefferson. Like the case of Breonna Taylor, her in cases of violence against black women tend to get the leftovers of this conversation. So I appreciate, and the family appreciates because they're listening now, you mentioning her name. Tatiana Jefferson, for those of you all who don't know, briefly was shot while playing video games with her seven-year-old nephew, Zion. In that case, in her own home. In that case, if Section 242, for example, were implemented, that we would have the kind of federal supervision when the local state departments or the federal opportunity to bring criminal charges against Mr. Dean, Officer Aaron Dean, who is now free on bond. It would give the federal government opportunity to step in and do what state departments all over the country often do not do.
And why? And how would that make a difference? Why wouldn't the state be enough? Why would we need to go pursue the federal route?
Well, as Attorney General Keith Ellis has stated about the case involving George Floyd, while Senator Cruz pointed out that we sort of all universally agree, at least everyone in this room, that that was wrong. We don't know that the law agrees with us because Attorney General Keith Ellis said that under the current state laws, it will be difficult to prosecute and convict these men. If that is in fact the case, we need, and I will add this, I took 8 families over to speak with the White House, and we met with Attorney General Barr and the President and a number of other people. Each one of those families were individually promised by the White House a federal investigation. That was 8 families, a small fraction of the families that I represent, and an even smaller fraction of the legitimate cases of unjustifiable police violence in this country. They all need federal review. Yeah. And so we don't need exceptional cases getting federal review, but this kind of law would allow federal authorities to come to oversee the state process in each case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. You give us a lot to think about. You acquitted yourselves well. You helped the committee, and I hope the country was listening. Mayor, thank you very much. Mr. Goff, thank you. And now we'll have the second panel. Thank you very much. As we get the second panel impaneled, I know you got the short stick here to the second panel, and I promise you that we'll give you another chance down the road. We took from 2:30 to 6 o'clock, but I thought it was time well spent. I learned a lot. I thought it was a very good discussion with good witnesses, and hope and pray something good comes from it.
Mr. Chairman and
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Ranking Member.
Yes, sir.
While our distinguished panel is being seated, may I have 30 seconds of personal privilege?
Absolutely.
We have 2 Louisianians on this panel, President Yos, and where's our U.S. Attorney? There she is. Now, our U.S. Attorney became a little misguided and moved out of Louisiana, but and I'm sorry about that, but we still claim her. And of course, our president is still there. And I am going to stay as long as I can. I have a function tonight that I have to go to. Otherwise, I'm in a lot of trouble. And so I'm going to stay as long as I can. But I wanted to thank all members of the panel, especially the Louisianians. Listen carefully to the Louisianians. I know what they're talking about.
I can't imagine we would not.
Thank you.
Good people from Louisiana. Thank you. If the second panel would come forward, I'd appreciate it. We have the Honorable Erin Neely Cox, formerly from Louisiana, I take it? Yeah, now moved to Texas. She's the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Mr. Bill Wolf, Senior Advisor. Y'all please sit down. Senior Advisor for Human Trafficking, Office of Justice Programs, Department of Justice. Chief Art Acevedo, how do you say it, sir?
Acevedo or Acevedo?
Okay. Can I call you Art?
That'd be great.
Okay, Art. President, Major Cities Chief Association, Chief of Police, Houston, Texas. Thank you for joining us. Captain Patrick Yos, who's previously introduced, National President, FOP from St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office. Chief C.J. Davis, President, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, welcome. And Chief Stephen Casteven?
Yes, Castevens, sir.
Castevens, okay. President, International Association Chiefs of Police, Chief of Police, Buffalo Grove Police Department, Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Senator Durbin, would you like to say something?
Welcome, Chief.
There you go. So I promise this panel, it's late. We're not going to be able to do justice to your testimony, but we will continue this conversation, try to have some of you back, because your side of what you have to offer is very important. Ms. Cox.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Graham and Ranking Member Feinstein and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting us here today. I also want to thank my home state senators, Senator Cornyn and Cruz, for their unwavering support of the work that we're doing in my district. I'm Erin Neely Cox. I'm a United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, and I'm chair of the Attorney General's Advisory Committee. In these roles, I'm proud to serve as the Chief Federal Law Enforcement Officer for more than 8 million Texans and as an advocate for prosecutorial priorities nationwide. And I know I'm appearing at a time of great turmoil in our country. Let me start with the first basic truth. Police brutality in any form is repugnant and unacceptable. It is impossible not to feel anger and sadness when watching the tragic killing of George Floyd. Actions like this and others that we have witnessed rightly erode trust in law enforcement as a whole and tarnish the badge of the vast majority of officers who serve honorably. It's vital that law enforcement speak up and speak out against those who bring great dishonor to this noble profession. At the department, our character and commitment to justice compel us to speak out, as well as listen to and empathize with those who suffer the most when law enforcement falls short in our duty to protect them. So on behalf of the 93 United States attorneys, we condemn this conduct and we commit to be united, determined, deeply engaged, and thoughtful in our collective efforts to help bring about meaningful change on this issue at this moment in history. We steadfastly join the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General in their commitment to restore confidence in the American criminal justice system for all. Mr. Floyd's death and the resulting outrage tears the very fabric of our community. This divide is particularly disheartening to me, given the work that we've been doing in my district for the past 2 years. We've been spearheading a public safety program built on the notion that positive, meaningful relationships between law enforcement and the community they serve can transform struggling communities. Project Safe Neighborhoods is the cornerstone of DOJ's anti-violent crime strategy, and that can help us ensure equal justice under the law. In Dallas, we launched our first PSN program in April of 2018, targeting a neighborhood that for decades had been plagued by violent crime. Of course, one of the initiatives' enforcement was to enforce and to root out the offenders that were plaguing this community, violent gang members and drug traffickers. But importantly, we felt that we needed to build a relationship of trust with this community. So we deployed a consistent and compassionate team of local police department officers and agents, federal agents, that earnestly wanted to form relationships with the people in the neighborhood. And we took steps to foster a community that felt empowered to approach those officers for help, with the assurance that they would be met with respect. To accomplish this, we took several steps. We hosted more than 100 community meetings with neighborhood groups, apartment managers, faith leaders, business leaders, and school teachers to share our vision for the neighborhood and solicit their advice on how to achieve it. Then, based on that feedback, our task force worked to shut down seedy convenience stores, game rooms, and other establishments that were spawning crime. And then we used the important grant money from PSN to implement crime prevention through environmental design, working with a nonprofit organization to redesign a central community square. This vibrant plaza now boasts a mini lending library, recreation tables, and child's craft area. And since completion of this revitalization project, the plaza hasn't seen a single act of violence. Our PSN has yielded real results, and even as Dallas's citywide crime increased, the violent crime in the PSN area decreased. U.S. attorneys across the country are having similar success stories, and we launched 2 additional PSN efforts in my district, in Lubbock and in Amarillo, both of those cities are having undeniably positive results. In PSN Amarillo, we reduced the violent crime there by 13%, and in Lubbock, we've had a 25% reduction in business robberies and a 26% reduction in aggravated assaults because of this community-based approach. This is tangible results, violent crime going down, community trust coming up, and lives impacted for the better. The people of these communities have joined with us, united in a singular goal. I have witnessed it myself, and I look forward to telling you more about it and to answering your questions.
Mr. Wolf, thank you. Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to appear before you today. I'm here representing the U.S. Department of Justice, but I also bring a perspective as a former police officer. I spent the early part of my career as a uniformed patrol officer, then transitioned to the role of a detective investigating criminal street gangs and human trafficking cases for over a decade. I am keenly aware of the many challenges our nation's law enforcement officers face, not only throughout their daily service to the community, but within their own departments. I can also assure the committee that based on my experience, the majority of officers are dedicated public servants who perform their duties honorably and with the best interests of the citizens and the communities they serve in mind. The death of George Floyd is a devastating reminder that not every single officer meets the high standards we expect of our police. And on behalf of the Attorney General and all employees of the Department of Justice, I want to express my sincere condolences to Mr. Floyd's family, friends, and all those impacted by this tragedy. It exposes deep-rooted fears, anger, and sadness that are worthy of a national response. The Attorney General has announced a civil rights investigation into Mr. Floyd's case that will be conducted as swiftly as possible, but we will not stop there. The Department of Justice is committed to giving law enforcement officers the skills, training, and resources they need to maintain order while retaining the confidence of those they serve. The division of which I am a part, the Office of Justice Programs, exists through the support of Congress to help state, local, and tribal law enforcement do their jobs safely, effectively, and in a manner that earns them the trust and respect of the people they are sworn to protect. There are also offices within OJP that provide resources and training to service providers and allied professionals who are dedicated to serving victims of crime. We are focused on a holistic and multidisciplinary approach to meeting the needs of all communities. Other units of the department are working to ensure that we have a strong and fair criminal justice system throughout the United States. We believe categorically that good policing and positive community engagement are essential pillars to the rule of law. There is no higher priority for us at the department than the safety and well-being of American citizens. Thanks to programs like Project Safe Neighborhoods, which you heard from my colleague, which bring community leaders together with local law enforcement, we've seen 3 consecutive years of decreases in violent crime nationwide and increased community engagement across our nation. We provide funding, training, and other assistance to bring to policing the level of professionalism it demands. The Burn Justice Assistance Grants Program remains the largest single source of federal funding for state and local law enforcement and criminal justice agencies. Our many training opportunities from the FBI to our Bureau of Justice Assistance are designed to help officers perform their duties effectively, safely for both officers and citizens, and in a way that promotes good community relations. And I'll add that the department's COPS office has invested significant resources to advance the practice of community-oriented policing. I experienced firsthand the benefits of making communities safer through implementing good community policing strategies. This administration is fully committed to ensuring that law enforcement reflects the principles of equity and fairness that form the foundation of law and order. George Floyd's death has crystallized the department's desire to improve police-community relations and to work to ensure that everyone receives equal protection under the law. The Department of Justice will be working with community leaders to find constructive solutions to the challenges our communities face. We are confident that our efforts will be met with success. I am thankful to you all for your leadership on this issue and the opportunity for this dialogue. Your commitment to providing the necessary training tools and resources to America's law enforcement to ensure that they can perform their duties safely, effectively, and equitably is encouraging. The Department stands ready to support Congress in developing legislative reforms and continuing this important conversation about better protecting and serving all communities across these United States. Nothing less is acceptable. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Chief Art from Houston. You with us, Chief?
Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. It's good to be with you, including my home state senators, John Cornyn, and our junior senator, Ted Cruz. I appear before you today as the Chief of Police in Houston, Texas, and it is also my privilege to testify on behalf of the Major State Chiefs Association as their president. Since the death of George Floyd on May 25th, there's been a groundswell of support for policing reform, and we are personally encouraged by it. And I also want to extend my deepest condolences to the Floyd family and all victims of police violence across this country. Well, there have been periods in the history of American policing when police have found it difficult to speak up. It is important to acknowledge that for the many years, police officers have been holding one another to account. As reforms are discussed and vetted, we hope that we ensure that they are sustainable and meet the expectations of our diverse communities. Much of the focus has been specifically on police, and rightfully so. The police are the most visible component of government. However, we're only one cog. The challenges we are here to discuss aren't just about policing. We need to comprehensively confront criminal justice system inadequacies and the socioeconomic realities of poor communities and the disenfranchised. Local law enforcement has and will rightfully continue to be under the microscope, and as a society, we must make better informed decisions that can only come with system-wide transparency. The law enforcement profession remains extremely complex. In Houston, for example, we respond to an average of 1.2 million calls for service annually, and those calls sadly disproportionately originate from communities of color. History has shown that underfunding the police can have disastrous consequences and hurt those most in need. Defunding the police is not the answer. Overwhelmingly, our communities tell us they don't want fewer cops, they want better cops. Appropriate police funding is critical to ensure agencies have the resources to invest in technology like body-worn cameras, recruit qualified officers who are service-minded, train in implicit bias, cultural competency, de-escalation, and other critical training. Several of the topics I have just mentioned are part of the Major State Chiefs Association reform agenda that we released this morning. Overwhelmingly, the MCCA membership supports the following tenets: establishment of a national misconduct registry for sustained complaints and terminations, ban on chokeholds, unless an officer is really in a fight for his or her life, increased training on de-escalation, implicit bias, procedural justice, support for the 1033 military surplus program, and a ban on no-knock warrants for narcotics cases. And finally, the use of body-worn cameras must include federal officers. The MCCA is committed to moving our profession forward, and that begins with a sustained commitment to accountability. From the start of academy training, recruits must understand that they have an absolute duty to place public safety and the sanctity of life first. When an officer violates our high standards, it casts a shadow over the hundreds of thousands of police officers who serve with honor every day. Law enforcement must do more to purge bad cops from our ranks, and we must hold each other accountable. And speaking up is also a community responsibility. We are urging our citizens to report police misconduct without fail so we can track, investigate, and publicly report those complaints. Transparency breeds trust, and trust breeds respect. Mutual trust and respect between law enforcement and the public is crucial to good policing. The civil unrest that we're watching and seeing across our country is really a sobering reminder of how quickly bad policing can undermine that trust and respect. Ensuring our departments look more like the communities we serve helps build trust and confidence, and unique perspectives and insights help shape the department. And several of our member agencies, including the Houston Police Department, are now minority majority agencies. Injecting transparency in every facet of community of the criminal justice system is long overdue. Ensuring fairness and equity and public safety requires transparency that goes well beyond the role of local law enforcement. It must extend to the district attorney's offices, courts, the courtrooms, parole, probation, and correctional facilities. Throughout our nation, the law enforcement community has been on the leading edge of criminal justice reform, from misdemeanor bail reform, smarter ways to deal with low-level drug offenses, to law enforcement-assisted diversion programs. We are all in. Some reform-minded elected officials, however, including prosecutors and judges, subscribe to the theory that it is unconstitutional to keep in custody offenders, even murder suspects, pre-conviction. For example, here in Harris County, we have murder suspects with a history of convictions for violent crimes released pre-trial only to perpetuate more violence against our community. While we don't have all the answers, the MCCA is committed to working with stakeholders, private sector partners, and elected officials across the nation to further the cause of justice, respect, and equity, and we look forward to answering the questions from the committee. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Chief. Captain Yos.
Good afternoon, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, and Senator Kennedy from my home state, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Patrick Yos, and I am the National President of Fraternal Order of Police. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today and talk on behalf of my 351,000 members nationwide. Let me begin by saying that I'm shocked and horrified by the tragic death of George Floyd. The Fraternal Order of Police shares in the pain and anger of his family and the communities we serve. Police officers must treat all citizens with respect and understanding and should be held at the highest standards for our conduct. I don't know a police officer in America who is not disgusted by the actions that took Mr. Floyd's life. The Fraternal Order of Police has full confidence in our criminal justice system, and I believe justice will be served. As tragic as this event was, it must serve as a catalyst for greater good. As we look deep within and get out of our comfort zone and look at the things and the many social issues that we're addressing in this country. I'm here today to tell you that the Fraternal Order of Police stands ready to work with anyone, speak with anyone, and cooperate with anyone who genuinely wants to work collectively in a fact-based way to improve policing in our country. The Fraternal Order of Police is the only labor organization involved in the passage of the historic First Step Act, the largest and most comprehensive overhaul of the federal criminal justice system in recent history. I believe it should be the model that we use moving forward as we engage in constructive dialogue. My written testimony has been provided. It contains much more than I have and I can cover in just 5 minutes, but I would like to use the remaining of my time to talk about a few things. First, I want to forcefully reject the argument advanced that somehow this nation's problems in policing are directly related to law enforcement labor movement or local unions. After policing failures this magnitude, the nation deserves solutions, not deflection. I agree wholeheartedly that law enforcement executives should use every appropriate legal authority to hold their officers accountable. Unions have an important part to play in America. Contracts, due process, common sense, and safety are integral parts of a labor management relationship. I find myself constrained in challenging the claims of importance of the movement at this critical time and ask that we set aside our egos and our agendas and focus on what the American people want, the people we swore to serve and protect. They want us to do a job. Let's make a difference, not excuses. Second, with respect to the use of force, with our partners, the International Association of Police Chiefs, we were able to lead a charge to develop a national consensus use of force policy. The FOP, the IACP, and 9 other major law enforcement organizations collaborated on this policy for almost 2 years and supported its implementation in 2017. We urge this committee to be guided by its principles. I believe that if the Minneapolis Police Department had used this consensus model principles for their training, the outcome would have been drastically different. And finally, for years, law enforcement officers have struggled with the fact that when something goes wrong in society, the cops are called to deal with it. A police officer, in addition to protecting the public and taking bad people off the streets, are often expected to be therapists, marriage counselors, addiction specialists, mental health experts, homeless advocates, and spiritual advisors. The truth is that law enforcement officers do not have the adequate training to perform these functions very well. In too many communities, the police are the only responders for these types of calls. But when you call a law enforcement, you should expect a law enforcement response. People that need mental health services instead find themselves in the back of squad cars. Therefore, as a result of our prisons and our jails are the nation's largest providers of mental health services in this country, and it should not be the case. The Fraternal Order of Police would very much welcome the expansion of social services in our communities, especially in the area of mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness. A holistic approach will require balance in funding. Decreasing police budgets for the sake of social services is ill-advised and vice versa. Finally, we in the Fraternal Order of Police are committed to be part of a solution. We have a genuine commitment to improve not just our profession, but the criminal justice system as a whole. As I said when I started this testimony, we will engage with anyone at any time that wants to have a sincere and desire effort to improve the criminal justice system in this nation. I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Chief Davis.
Good evening. Committee Chairman, Senator Lindsey Graham, and Ranking Member Senator Feinstein, and North Carolina Senator Tellis, and members of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary, I bring you greetings on behalf of the Executive Board and members and constituents of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, NOBLE. My name is Saralyn J. Davis, and I am the National President of NOBLE and the current Chief of Police in the great city of Durham, North Carolina. I have served more than 34 years in the law enforcement profession, my first 30 in the city of Atlanta. It is an honor for NOBLE to provide written testimony on the topic of police use of force and community relations. NOBLE joins our grieving nation in condemning the policing tactics, actions, and inactions that led to the death of Mr. George Floyd. We are also alarmed and mourn the horrific killings of Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and now Rayshard Brooks. These names represent just a few in a much longer list of tragedies impacting communities of color. The senseless death of George Floyd has gained unprecedented attention around the globe. People from every walk of life are collectively demanding that justice must be fair, justice must be transparent, and justice must be equal. Though it is very important to pursue justice against those responsible, it is just as important that we address the systemic shortcomings and oftentimes failures of our law enforcement and criminal justice systems. Many police leaders in the United States have already accepted this monumental responsibility and are obligated to working towards meaningful change. NOBLE is fully aware that addressing issues within the law enforcement spectrum is a very small part of a larger, more complex construct comprised of America's continued imbalanced distribution of critical resources. History has shown that many minority citizens have been disenfranchised from the American dream from generation to generation. America will never realize her true potential until all of its citizens' humanity is equally valued and protected through racial and social justice. NOBLE offers the following recommendations as it relates to the scope of use of force. A national minimum use of force policy, incorporating the following best practices: mandatory de-escalation training for all officers and policies that require the use of de-escalation tactics as a priority. Prohibition of chokeholds, mandatory requirements that all officers render immediate medical aid, mandatory requirements that officers intervene where physical force is being applied to either stop or attempt to stop another officer when force is being inappropriately applied. NOBLE proposes comprehensive legislation that incorporates the aforementioned, but also includes mandatory law enforcement accreditation as a national requirement, reevaluation of police qualified immunity, provide the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department enforcement oversight against pattern and practice discrimination, continued appropriations for the Department of Justice Community Relations, federal data collection in the following categories: use of force, traffic stops, pedestrian stops, and detentions. A national database that maintains a listing of officers with patterns of misconduct to prevent negligent hiring and retention. We wholeheartedly support the passing of the Justice in Policing Act, which specifically addresses the loopholes that continue to allow policing tragedies free of oversight and accountability, environments that foster unfettered racial tension, and the continued desecration of what I've always thought to be a noble profession. We also recognize the majority of police officers who demonstrate on a daily basis their love and commitment towards the tenets of 21st century policing and the safety and well-being of the communities they so courageously serve. However, today, at this critical moment in time, Noble encourages Congress to act with deliberate haste to pass transformative legislation to reform the system of policing. As an African-American woman, I can unequivocally attest to the perpetual existence of discriminatory practices that remain a haunting reality for people of color throughout our nation. It is critical that we first acknowledge the pressing need for a comprehensive and holistic approach to change, and then urgently begin the process of mapping the way forward towards policing reimagined, enlisting guardians and not warriors, those who value all communities and the sanctity of life. And finally, on behalf of more than 3,800 law enforcement leaders, mostly minority, who represent the membership of Noble, we thank you for supporting the law enforcement profession, but more importantly, for listening to the voices of protesters and others around the globe who demand change. On this occasion, I am cautiously optimistic that the cries of our America will be heard and acted upon so that once and for all, Black lives are valued in the eyes of all police officers as more than a counterfeit $20 bill, more than a carton of cigarettes, and more important than simply showing up at the wrong address. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chief. Our last panelist is Chief Stevens from Buffalo, Illinois, Buffalo Grove, Illinois.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, and distinguished members of the committee. I want to thank you for having me here tonight. As stated, I'm currently Chief of Police in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. I'm also the President of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Let me first say what I have said to various media countless times over the last several weeks. Any police officer who violates their oath of office has no place in our agency. They betray their fellow officers, tarnish the reputation of a profession that is dedicated to protecting the public and preserving the sanctity of life. Collectively, we have a real challenge ahead. Mr. Floyd's death is a painful reminder to all who strive for justice of the work that remains. While the focus is policing, it will take all of us to develop and implement systemic solutions to build safer communities. Although difficult to recognize right now, policing has made significant advancements. Police leaders have acknowledged issues of the past, have sought out community partners to build a better future. Agencies have worked hard to increase transparency, revise policies to enhance procedural justice, recruit and hire officers who reflect the community they serve, and reduce the use of force incidents, focusing on eliminating police cultures that prevent officers from holding each other accountable. Despite these advances, there's clearly more work ahead. Police leaders are embracing the concerns and criticism and re-examining their policies and approaches. They're committed to working tirelessly to earn and keep the trust of communities. And I cannot stress enough, we want to do better and we can. But the answer is not defunding the police or shifting resources away from police. Change will require both dedicated resources and an enduring commitment from police leaders, community members, and elected officials. The issues in our criminal justice system extend well beyond the behavior of police. Over the years, reductions in state and local budgets have slashed funding for mental health, homelessness, substance abuse and recovery services, offender reentry programs, educational and vocational training, and programs that provide economic development. By default, police agencies have been required to fill that void created by these funding cuts. The defunding of mental health services in the past means that police are often the only ones left to call. Although we are working continually to train officers in crisis intervention, mental health first aid, this does not take the place of proper mental treatment. While IACP agrees that social services, education, and mental health services need additional resources, fulfilling this need should not come at the expense of police funding. By the very nature of the profession, the police remain the only entity of government that consistently and constantly responds to every situation where immediate help is needed. So to that end, I'd offer several recommendations. First, adoption of the National Consensus Use of Force policy developed in a broad coalition of law enforcement leadership. The consensus policy on use of force makes clear that policy of law enforcement agencies to value and preserve human life, and they should develop policies and training practices that focus on de-escalation and using force only when necessary. The IACP also believes agencies should be required to participate in the FBI's National Use of Force database. It should no longer be voluntary. In addition, there's a need to develop national standards and policies for discipline and termination of officers, to establish uniformity and a gold standard of excellence, and to prevent incompetent and dishonorable individuals from remaining in the profession. We also believe the development of the national database of decertified officers will aid law enforcement agencies in making informed hiring decisions and prevent officers who've been terminated or decertified from being able to go to another state and be hired. Police leaders must prioritize diversity and create a culture of equity and inclusion by working to eliminate racial, ethnic, and gender bias in the workplace and adopting procedural justice and bias-free policing as core values. Finally, labor agreements and civil service rules sometimes make it difficult for departments to swiftly remove problematic officers. While ensuring that due process rights of officers are respected, the authority of management and disciplinary proceedings needs to be enhanced to allow agencies to discipline and terminate officers where appropriate. In closing, as elected officials, you hold incredibly important roles. You absolutely should use your role to condemn wrongful acts, but please don't lose sight of the fact that the overwhelming majority, the men and women in the policing profession, chose to become police officers in order to do good, protect our communities, and serve their citizens. As its core, policing is a noble profession made up of individuals who have dedicated their lives and often lost their lives in service to the public. While we all certainly recognize and agree that changes must be made, I ask you to not paint the entire profession with a broad brush, highlighting only the bad and overlooking the immense amount of good done by officers and communities across the nation every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cruz, you want to mention our two witnesses from Texas? Anything you want to say about them?
Well, I'm glad to have two witnesses here. Glad to have the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District, who is a good friend and doing a terrific job, and glad also to have the Houston Police Chief here via video. I wish you were here in person, but I appreciate both their testimony.
Now called art, yeah. Senator Kennedy, you've been very patient. I'm going to give you my time.
Well,
I know you have other things to do, but I appreciate you staying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member. I wanted to ask each of you, and I think that we have 6 witnesses. I want to cut to the chase and ask each of you what, if any, changes you think should be made to qualified immunity. And we'll start with our U.S. Attorney.
Thank you, Senator. Qualified immunity is primarily a doctrine that's dealt with at the state and locals. So I don't have a lot of personal experience with that. I will tell you that in the discussions that I've had with the police chiefs in my district, anytime that this is brought up, their response is typically that, this is going to really impact our ability to recruit and retain good police officers. They have a very real concern about that, and they want to make sure that they're able to do that, and they also want to make sure that they're putting their officers in the place of protecting them when they have to make split-second decisions under a very stressful situation.
Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Senator. I certainly would join the comments of my colleague, Ms. Neely Cox, and just say that training is really the focus, to be able to provide law enforcement officers with the proper training to be able to respond.
Tell me what you think about qualified immunity.
I would just echo the comments of Ms. Neely Cox on that, sir.
All right. President Yos.
Senator Kennedy, I will echo as well and just add a little bit more. I think it's this body's responsibility, as well as the Supreme Court, to review these policies from time to time. But I just caution that a law enforcement officer has to make a split second that could cost him his life. And my fear is without this in place, that what you're going to find is law enforcement officers that are going to be less engaged, which means less effective community policing, and a fear that their actions, qualified immunity, eliminating qualified immunity may very well hamper our ability to be able to be effective in a law enforcement capacity.
Chief Art?
Senator, thank you. The emergency chief's position is very similar to what's already been echoed. So I'm going to echo it and say the same thing. However, we recognize that a thorough discussion and analysis and review must be part of the conversation as we move forward.
Chief Davis?
Yes, I would have to echo Chief Acevedo's response that while the qualified immunity doctrine was in place for all of the right reasons, the spirit of the law is to protect officers as they act in their official capacity in good faith. I think some of the issues that have been brought up about qualified immunity is that many officers who have been accused of misconduct have been sheltered under qualified immunity. So I would agree that qualified immunity absolutely should be a law that should be evaluated.
Madam President, if you were queen for a day,
yes,
and you could forget politics or checking with the legislative branch or anybody, you can do what you want. What, if any, what changes would you make to qualified immunity, if any?
If any. I'm not an attorney, but what I would say that analysis by those professionals that could look at the legislation or look at that particular doctrine could tighten it up, narrow it so that officers can be protected, but at the same time, officers who have been accused of misconduct or or broken the law, that they could be they would not slip through the cracks because of qualified immunity.
Do you think it would impact retention or hiring?
I don't think it would impact retention or hiring. I've been in business for 30 years, and I believe that people who want to do this work and know that there is a law that's out there that will protect them for doing the right thing, and I've seen it happen over and over again, that I don't think that it would hurt the recruiting processes for police.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief Cass-Stevens.
Yes, thank you, sir. I wanted to bring one thing up because I heard the discussions on qualified immunity earlier on the first panel, and there seemed to be several different opinions on qualified immunity. Qualified immunity allows officers to respond to incidents in the field and rely on the current state of law when they make their decisions. So much like the U.S. Constitution's prohibition against ex post facto laws, qualified immunity holds law enforcement officers accountable based on the constitutional law in effect at the time that their conduct occurred, not retroactively based upon a court subsequently determining for the first time that conduct was unconstitutional. But qualified immunity does not prevent individuals from recovering damages from law enforcement officers who knowingly violated an individual's constitutional right or committed a crime. So I think that's important to state.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to all of you very much.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Let me follow up on Senator Kennedy's questions, and I'll just go through the chiefs, I guess. Chief Cass-Stevens, if we were to eliminate qualified immunity, repeal, remove, or in some fashion adjust it, should the practice that police officers are indemnified by their department be protected?
Well, I think if first of all, if qualified immunity were eliminated, I think that would be dangerous to our profession because...
That wasn't my question. I don't have much time. Please answer the question that I asked.
I'm sorry. So do you think if it's eliminated, then should the department indemnify their officers?
At the moment, officers are indemnified when they're found guilty or found liable under Section 1983 if the qualified immunity rules are changed. Should the indemnification that is now the common practice be protected for your officers?
I think as long as an officer didn't commit a crime or violate somebody's constitutional rights, then they should be protected. If they in fact committed a crime or if they violated the constitutional rights of someone, then they're on their own.
Chief Davis, may I ask you the same question? Presume that qualified immunity is to be stripped away. Would you then recommend that your officers continue to enjoy the indemnification that they are now protected under in, we've said, 99% or virtually every case?
No, I believe, as my colleague said, Chief Cass Stevens, that if an officer is found to be wrong or criminally in the wrong, that they shouldn't be protected by the department.
Section 1983 is not a criminal statute. It's a civil liability. And these days, nearly every single officer who's found liable under that does get indemnification everywhere in the country. Are you saying that that is wrong?
What I am saying is that they should not be protected under civil liability if they were, in fact, wrong in the actions that they committed.
And Chief Acevedo, let me ask you about Texas. First, could you let me know whether you think there should be indemnification for police officers if they are found civilly liable in a Section 1983 case? And second, I've heard that under Texas law, there's a rule that actually prevents indemnification if somebody's found to have committed a constitutional violation.
Yeah, Senator, my recollection of the Texas law is if, in fact, an officer is outside of the scope of their employment and actually have acted in an egregious, willful manner in violation of the constitutional law, that there is a provision, but again, I'm not a lawyer, that prohibits or precludes indemnification by the state. Or
gotcha. And outside the scope of employment is a traditional employment law doctrine that covers essentially every employer and every employee in the United States, correct?
I would assume that. And if you commit a crime, we're soldiers of the law. We're here to enforce the law, not violate the law. So that would be one of the instances in which this may apply.
And President Yos, I understand that your membership now, as a practical matter, is protected by indemnification in civil 1983 cases in virtually every case that has come up. Would you want to see that protection continued if we adjust the boundaries of qualified immunity?
I feel I'll echo the same concerns that if a law enforcement officer is operating in good faith with the information that they have, then there should be some protections for that officer to make that split-second decision. However, if the officer is operating outside of the law, then there's some concerns and consequences with that too. And qualified immunity does not cover, in my opinion, someone who's completely outside of what's the norm. And the system does review that. It reviews them, and I'm not positive of the percentage, but I believe about 43% of the time, the officers are recognized as having qualified immunity. So the system does work, and it is evaluated, and that evaluation determines whether or not they're going to receive that immunity.
Although the ones,
I think
43%?
43%, I think, is the number.
That's for qualified immunity being a successful defense. For those people for whom qualified immunity is a successful defense, that meant that the judge believed that a reasonable, objective police officer would not have known that their conduct was unconstitutional. For those who were found liable, it means that the judge found that a reasonable officer would have known that his or her conduct was unconstitutional. And even in those cases, still in virtually every case, the department has the officer's back and provides indemnification for the officer's conduct. So I'm surprised that it would be the position of the FOP that that protection should be stripped away when it's something your officers now enjoy. But we can continue to discuss that as this goes forward. My time is up.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of the witnesses for being here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Lee. Go ahead, Senator Cruz.
I am happy to defer to the senior senator
I
from Utah.
apologize. I did not see you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Thank you, Mr.
He's never seen me defer before.
Right. There is a first for everything. Ms. Neely Cox, as you know, criminal laws are largely a creature of state creation, much like our tort laws in that respect. As a general rule, it's inappropriate for the federal government to dictate to the states what is and is not criminal and what is and is not a tort. There is authority, of course, under Section 5 of the 14th Amendment and an obligation on the part of Congress to make sure that certain constitutional rights are not infringed by the states, and we've got authority to step in and do that. Since the beginning of the Trump administration, how has the Department of Justice sought to ensure that state law enforcement officials are held accountable for unconstitutional behavior?
Well, I'm not sure that I know the answer to your question, Senator Lee. I mean, I know that we certainly have many cases that we look at with our Civil Rights Division, and I assume that you're talking about state officials acting in their official capacity.
Yes.
So we have two tools through that. We have both the criminal enforcement tools under 242 and 241, and we have the civil enforcement tools of the pattern and practice cases that were discussed earlier today. And so that's what we do. But we know the states also have their own laws.
Exactly, and those state laws end up creating an environment in which qualified immunity creates sort of a floor rather than a ceiling when it comes to states allowing for their own separate causes of action to proceed. In other words, the Civil Rights Act of 1871 created a federal cause of action for civil rights complaints against state actors who are acting under color of state law in order to deprive someone of their constitutional rights. This cause of action is now commonly referred to as a 1983 action, and it's a vehicle by which someone can seek civil redress in federal court for abuse of constitutional rights, undermining someone's constitutional rights by state officers. And so while the judicially created doctrine of qualified immunity makes it significantly less likely that a plaintiff can succeed in federal court under that federal cause of action, Section 1983. Isn't it correct that it has no bearing on whether a plaintiff might bring or succeed in a state law cause of action brought in state court pursuant to state law?
Yes, that's correct. It's my understanding that the federal cause of action puts no constraints on the state.
It's my understanding that both California and Iowa have enacted laws that significantly limit qualified immunity within the state. You have any idea how many states have enacted similar laws allowing police officers who violate civil rights to be held liable civilly without the benefit of qualified immunity?
I'm afraid I do not, Senator, other than the two that you've mentioned.
So it'd be helpful if someone in your office knows. I'd love to find the answer to that question. If not, I'll continue looking for it wherever I can. And I'd love to know in those jurisdictions that do have those, what impact that might have had on the crime rate and also on the rate at which police misuse of power or abuse of power by law enforcement happens to take place. Any changes that need to be made to Section 1983 should, of course, be made by Congress, because 1983 is a federal cause of action. It is a federal law. In contemplating what changes might be considered with regard to 1983, we do have to consider how a revised policy might impact those people who we are trying to protect. So while I believe that we should consider making changes to qualified immunity in the sense that we've got a vague standard that has been difficult to apply, it's not exactly terribly judicially manageable. because it's based on a standard that really doesn't work all that well. I am also concerned that abolishing it outright would have some significant potential to impact individuals, particularly those individuals in poor and middle-class neighborhoods, but most acutely those in poor and high-crime neighborhoods could be left most vulnerable as a result of a willy-nilly decision to just abandon it altogether. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I would just echo that, Senator. I think that if you're going to look at one aspect of Section 1983, you need to look at the entire statute and be willing to determine what the unintended consequences of that action might be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My time's expired.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Booker. I'm going to start with you, Chief Davis. Thank you for being here. Thank you, all of you, for being here. As someone who has served in law enforcement for over 30 years, what do you see as the most important changes that would be made with the Justice in Police Act?
I personally believe that national standards accreditation would be a step forward. There are too many agencies in the country that are allowed to pick and choose policies, and I think that's where inconsistency evolves, and I think that would be one place. The other point that I would pick out of the Justice and Policing Act is the National Registry for Misconduct. Many officers float from one agency to the next after egregious histories and disciplinary histories, and I think it would do the industry great justice and potentially shape behavior if we had national registries of officers that had patterns of misconduct.
Thank you. And I think that Chief Acevedo also talked about that in his testimony about how these state laws can shield disciplinary records, misconduct complaints. People can go from department to department. And maybe I'll ask him a question on that. Could you talk, Chief, about a federal solution and why that is appropriate in this area?
Certainly, Senator. Thank you for calling on us. We cannot have, we have to have some sunshine laws as it relates to police officer misconduct. For example, in the state of California, under Copley versus San Diego for many years, even if the police department, police executives did the right thing and held officers accountable, we couldn't even share that information with the public. So having a registry across the national level for all 18,000 police departments would be a huge, huge benefit for the profession and for legitimacy.
And absent a change in federal law immediately, how would you, local police departments could do this on their own, is that right? Or do you have to get a change in state law? How would you get that done?
Well, the problem is there are a lot of state laws that are, the state laws are different across the country. In the state of Texas, for example, under our statute, the only time that we can put out information on discipline is if it's a formal discipline. And the disciplinary letters in this state, because we're kind of a sunshine state, very proud of that fact, actually are public records. So most jurisdictions here, it's written reprimand, suspension, demotion, or indefinite suspension, which is the equivalence of a firing, does become a written document available to, it's a charging document available to the public.
Very good. Back to you, Chief Davis. You testified in support of implementing a national use of force policy, including the prohibition of chokeholds and neck restraints. Some members of the panel don't agree with that. I personally agree with it. That's why I'm co-sponsor of this bill. Having seen what happens if you don't have those standards in place. For instance, a case in Minnesota in a neighboring jurisdiction to Minneapolis, and that is the Philando Castile case, where a good prosecutor was assigned and the jury came back not guilty, in part because of the standards that are in law. Could you talk about the standard? You don't have to discuss that case.
Well, I think there are varying opinions about chokeholds, and many agencies have already banned chokeholds. The issue is that police officers are trained in so many different defensive tactics and maneuvers to deal with various types of situations. And we are trained to know that any maneuver above the shoulders, in the neck area, in the head area, should only be applied, or, in the past, traditionally only applied in a case of deadly force. Too many times, and we've seen it recently, there is not enough attention placed on that area of the body to not cause serious harm. George Floyd, just a casual pinning an individual down to the ground. There are many other ways to restrain an individual without placing a knee on the neck or any type of object on the neck to cause a fatal injury,
Right.
As we've seen.
Yeah, Senator Gillibrand and Senator Smith and I have worked on that piece of the legislation to the total ban, but also to try to tie this, that if states don't make this change, then there's a change to their federal funding. And then you also would like to see a national standard of force in general. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The last thing I'll ask you, Omar Jimenez, he is a CNN reporter who was reporting on the protests in Minnesota. I don't know if you saw this, but he was detained even though videos show that he was complying with the rules. In the days that followed, there were a number of journalists that got arrested or got hurt. My dad was a newspaper reporter, so I care about this a lot. And in our case, the governor apologized to him, and they did an interview, and I talked to him myself. How can local police departments, while you are working on peacekeeping, how can they ensure that journalists have full access to report on protests?
Well, I think communication is really important between the police department and the media, so that, number one, we can identify who those officials are that are actually working in a communications capacity. I think that prior communication is really important, but just good judgment sometimes. Even just communicating, utilizing the same type of de-escalation tactics that we've been communicating about. How serious is it to make an arrest sometimes? I have to admit that in the city of Durham, we have had many protesters, but few arrests, just allowing people to have space sometimes. So I think the officers and their approach has a lot to do with the outcome.
Mm-hmm. Just one last quick question.
Very quick.
Okay. Of you, Mr. Yo's just 30-second answer. In an op-ed you published on June 5th, you wrote that you were heartened that the investigation and prosecution of the police officers will be led by our Attorney General, Keith Ellison. Why do you think it's important to have an independent investigation? And do you support independent investigations of all police-involved deaths?
Well, first, let me say that as a 36-year law enforcement officer, I've struggled watching that video. And if you recall, we were probably the first labor organization to come out and take such a position against this. So I feel very strongly that when we see an injustice, we need to point it out and find a correction for it. I'm heartened that this case is going to get a full review. And it is going to be reviewed, and I have every confidence that the criminal justice system is going to provide justice for the family.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Blackburn.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all. This has been a tremendous hearing today, and the first panel was interesting and good and insightful to help us as we are working on this issue. I want to go to the police chiefs and just cover some of the things, be sure that I'm making my notes properly as we begin to move forward. And I have down that each of you chiefs felt that it is important to have law enforcement participate in writing the standards, that you need a nationwide standard, that law enforcement should be a part of developing that set of best practices or standards. Likewise, there should be a nationwide database when officers are decertified to keep them from going somewhere else, that there should be some standards and some protocols and practices around use of force, and that you would like to see this as a best practices and protocols followed by all. So let me come to the chiefs, and we will go with Chief Acevedo first, and then Chief Davis, and then Chief Cass-Stevens. Just very quickly, short on time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling us. And you hit it on the head. We have 18,000 police departments in this nation. We probably have the most inefficient and effective model in the free world. We cannot have 18,000 sets of policies and rules. If somebody would have told me that you could still put your knee on someone's neck, like Mr. Floyd's, for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, that you can put it on there when he's handcuffed under control in 2020, I would have told you absolutely not. So having those standardized policies, those critical policies are key, and having law enforcement, including our labor partners, weigh in on these issues is very important as well.
Right, and you would like the leeway for you all to set this rather than us giving you a mandate. Don't want a nationalized force, correct?
No, but we do want, as it relates to some of the more critical policies, a standardized approach, because what happened affects the entire country.
That's great. And Chief Davis?
Excuse me, I agree. Use of force best practices as a consistent policy across the board to all agencies, and also national policies that are consistent with agencies, no matter how large or how small the agency is. And then lastly, a national database for officer misconduct.
Okay. Chief Cass-Stevens?
Thank you, and I'll be quick. Number one, yes, we believe in national use of force policy, which the ICP came out with in 2017, should be mandated. We also believe in national standards for training. We currently have 50 different standards for police training, one for every state. That's unbelievable to me. I've been in law enforcement 43 years. Lastly, very quickly, I'll share about the national database for decertified officers. In my career, I've fired officers, I've asked officers to resign, I've had officers leave the agency during an internal investigation. It's incredibly difficult for me to decertify an officer, and if an officer leaves during an investigation, under current labor laws, there's no way I can share that information with a future employer. So that's incredibly concerning for law enforcement leaders.
All right, that is very helpful. And we know that the states have the academies where the training is done. I think one of the things that it concerns me, we heard so much a few years ago as we were working on 21st century cures about the need for training. One of you mentioned law enforcement officers are not the psychologists. They're not the person that should solve some of these issues. And we had heard so much about the mental health and the drug issues, and we pushed forward with de-escalation training that would deal with mental health. And it's not lost on me that what we're dealing with now is decades of problems that have built up because of prejudice and discrimination and bias, and that there needs to be a more thoughtful approach and a more consistent approach that is going to be helpful. As you said, Chief, you've got 50 different ways of training. You've got 18,000 different police forces, but there needs to be some considered best practices, just like there is in licensure and other areas and sectors that are considered used and reciprocal in different agreements. I've got some other questions that I want to talk about with best practices and lessons learned from the broken windows policy and from some of the concerns that I have that we are seeing with these autonomous zones. The one in Seattle, they have tried one in Nashville unsuccessfully, thankfully, but the problems that developed there. But in the interest of time, I'm going to submit those to you all. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you as always, Senator Blackburn. I appreciate your questions. Yes. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your service, and thanks to those who are joining us remotely. I'm going to share a couple more voices with you that have come to me from Connecticut. I think they reflect the general feeling in the country. One of them is from an attorney and an elected official in Hartford named Don Bell, who describes the talk that he was given by his parents. You've probably heard about the talk, warning him to avoid any sort of sudden movements, any kind of back talk to police. And he said in a message to me, of all of his experience, the impact is about what you would expect. Just recounting these experiences is traumatic. Even as an attorney, I'm hypervigilant around police. I maintain a safe distance from police officers I do not know. Another voice from East Hartford, Awat Sagi, who again recounts his experiences and says, these experiences are scary, they make me nervous, and I have to be extra careful while I'm driving because forgetting my turn signal or rolling at a stop sign could lead to something more. I have wondered about these experiences and what the ultimate fear is, and it was brought home to me at that rally I was describing earlier in New Haven by a young man named Paul Witherspoon, who stopped his car in Hamden, Connecticut, and was confronted by a police officer from Hamden and another from Yale University, who opened fire on his car, stopped in New Haven. He was 21. He was with a 22-year-old black woman, Stephanie Washington, who was severely injured. One of those police, a Hamden officer, David Eaton, is facing charges of assault and reckless endangerment. So I know you can't tell me whether David Eaton is under investigation under Section 242, but I know you have testified, Ms. Neely Cox and Mr. Wolf, that from fiscal years 2017 to 2019, the Department of Justice has brought 140 cases charging 198 law enforcement officials for willful violations of civil rights under law and related conduct. How many of them resulted in convictions?
I don't have that information with me, Senator, but I'd be happy to get back to you with it.
Well, I hope you would, because obviously one of the main issues here is Section 242 and making it effective. I understand all the reluctance to change the standards of qualified immunity, but wouldn't you agree that changing the standard on willfulness, as has been suggested by the Justice and Policing Act, would make a 242 section prosecution more likely to succeed? And you would bring more of those prosecutions?
Well, I will get that information to you, Senator, because I do think it would be instructive, and I do think it's important to understand how often that we're able to succeed in these cases. I will also add that when I took a look at the Section 242 cases that the Civil Rights Division had brought in conjunction with several of my U.S. attorney colleagues, in 2019, they had actually filed more 242 cases than in the prior 10 years. So I know that there's been a robust enforcement of that, and we'll have to get back to you on how many of those have completed.
How many cases did the Department of Justice decline?
I'm not aware of that figure, Senator.
How many were referred.
I'm not aware of that one either.
Well, I would appreciate that information, and I want to say, with all due respect, because I was U.S. Attorney, and I mean this to you with all due respect, there are others in the department who should be testifying here. Number one, Attorney General Barr. There is no more important topic, I don't know whether the chairman agrees with me, but there is no more important topic that we will hear in this committee than this one. And having been United States Attorney, if I had been sent here to testify for the Attorney General of the United States on a topic of this importance, without the kind of preparation you really deserve, I would be angry. And I would appreciate that information, because this committee has an obligation to consider what we can do to make federal enforcement more effective as a deterrent and as a punishment. And I said before, I don't know whether you were here, there is nothing like a potential federal felony conviction to concentrate the mind and to make anyone, including a police officer, or maybe especially a police officer, more mindful of respecting constitutional rights. So we can debate back and forth about qualified immunity, and I happen to believe it should be reformed. And by the way, I happen to believe that maybe municipalities, Chief Davis, should bear the financial and the legal responsibility if the police officer violates rights. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, I think you have to work for a city that can afford that. But
well, right now they have to indemnify the police officer anyway.
Absolutely. And I think that's why in my comments during my testimony that not being an attorney, but really understanding that there does not seem to be very much success in the qualified immunity laws, the way that it is written for victims to actually be able to sue. And we just feel like that this is a good time as we reconstruct, reform, and look at some of these laws that could potentially help shape officer behavior.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of the witnesses for being here today. Thank you for your service, keeping our communities safe. I want to start by focusing on there are some who are advancing as a political agenda what they are calling defunding the police or abolishing the police. And I want to ask each of the witnesses here, do you think that's a good idea, number one? And number two, what would the consequences be for public safety if we did defund the police? And Ms. Cox, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Senator. I have heard those suggestions, and in my experience in my district, I think that would be very dangerous. For example, in Dallas, we're dealing with hundreds fewer patrol officers than we have had in years past for a variety of reasons, somewhat having to do with the pension fund. And what I have heard through my work on the PSN project is that they need more officers. They need more resources. And we, through virtue of our PSN program, have been able to bring that to them. And they have worked with us to great success, I think, in the neighborhood that we've worked with in bringing resources to that neighborhood. I mean, before we heard stories of just being able to having to go from call to call without being able to do any of the proactive work that we're doing in the neighborhood, and certainly without having the time to do the community engagement work that we've been doing in the neighborhood. So my fear is that if you defund police departments, the very work that we think matters most is the work that's not going to get done.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Senator. I would just echo the comments of Ms. Neely Cox and say that I think that what I've heard from this panel and that I would agree with, and from the first panel, is that we should be investing more money into training law enforcement and providing them with the tools and resources that they need. At the Department of Justice, we have several programs, grant programs.
Okay. Thank you for that. We got limited time. Captain Yost?
Well, there's no doubt that there are some things that we can do in law enforcement that would be beneficial. I spoke about it earlier, about social services that could be added with responders to incidents. I can tell you from my own experience the frustration of dealing with people who desperately needed services and not being able to provide them. So there's definitely room for growth. But my fear is that I think it's sort of a buzzword, a defund police, that took on a lot of different meanings. But in reality, if we're talking about expanding services, certainly that's something we should look at and talk about. But if the discussion is to diminish the ability for our law enforcement to do its job at the sake of adding additional services, I think that defunding is very dangerous, and I think we're going to hurt the very communities we're trying to help the most.
Okay. Captain Davis?
Yes, I think that just the terminology, I think, has just been there are different definitions to the defunding concept, but community engagement is so important to my community. That would be one of the first areas or sections in the department that would go. The very aspect of the department that builds relationships with communities that, you know, my minority communities really want us to have. Unfortunately, that will be one of the first sections to go. So to defund our police department, I can't imagine who the surrogates would be to take over the work that we do every day. And I don't think, you know, this country really realizes how much work police officers do and have taken on, even in the social services realm. Thank you.
Chief Acevedo?
Thanks, Senator. Defunding the police ranges from abolitionists that think we should get rid of policing. That would lead to chaos. To those that think we need to reinvent police, to those that think we need to take our funding and spend it elsewhere. Our community doesn't want less police, they want better policing. And I can tell you that from Houston, which is the most diverse city in the country, the majority of our community wants investments in both good policing and the social services that they richly deserve and desire.
Chief Cass-Stevens.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to be quick. But in the 70s and 80s, our country and our government defunded social services. They defunded all the services that help people with mental health, homelessness, drug addiction, and all of those issues were dumped on the doorstep of law enforcement. And we wonder why law enforcement is struggling to deal with these issues. We wonder why the three largest mental health institutions in our country now are Cook County Jail in Chicago, LA County Jail, and Rikers Island Prison. Because we forced law enforcement to criminalize some of these social ills. And so I would say defunding police is dangerous, but I would also say reinvesting in these social services is absolutely mandatory.
Now, I believe defunding the police would result in more crime, more murders, more rapes, more assaults, more burglaries. Very briefly, do each of you agree with that would be the consequence of defunding the police?
Yes. I do. I believe the crime rate would go up.
Yes, Senator.
Absolutely.
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 Yes.
Okay, final question. Everyone across the country was horrified at what happened to George Floyd. We watched those videos, those 8 minutes and 46 seconds, and we're horrified. There's no legitimate law enforcement purpose for the abusive conduct that cost Mr. Floyd his life. If there was one specific concrete step that Congress could take to prevent what happened to George Floyd from ever happening again, to protect people's civil rights, what would it be? If each of you would very briefly answer that.
I think that, you know, what we're doing with our swift action on that case, I mean, how they're prosecuting it very quickly and civil rights is looking into that. I think what we really need to think about is how we're engaging in our community and forming the relationships with our community through our police departments. So if Congress could give more grant money to work with those police departments to train and to engage in those communities, to form relationships so that they don't have interactions like that, I think that would be very helpful.
I concur with my colleague that investing more in community policing tactics and community engagement for law enforcement.
Captain Yost?
I would agree with that as well. I think law enforcement has provided the ability to have a great deal of responsibility. That responsibility does not come without trust. And it is very clear, it is obviously clear and painfully clear that we have lost trust. And I think anything we invest back into the community to rebuild that trust is what's going to make a difference at the end of the day. I would also like to add that, you talk about one thing to do. There's no one thing that's going to fix any of this. But I think one thing that was discussed extensively today was a need for some type of standardization on a policy. And I would submit that there is, in fact, a policy that was put together by 11 organizations, collective agreement with the law enforcement organizations for use of power, use of force, and the training that would go with it would go a great way in having some standardization as well.
And with the indulgence of the chairman, I just want to read a line from your written testimony. A chokehold should never, and that's in your written testimony, never be used against a subject who is restrained or in restraints, and should only be used when deadly force is authorized or justified. And
yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. Chief Davis?
Yes, I believe that my colleagues have talked about training. Training is very important for officers, but in the George Floyd case, I think something was very apparent to the world, that there was a disconnect between the human being and the officer, and those individuals that wore uniforms. The duty to intervene was a miserable failure. The culture of policing has to change.
Chief Acevedo?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, Senator, and the most important thing that we can do is actually more robust processes and laws to help us weed out the bad officers amongst us.
Okay. And Chief Stevens?
Thank you. First of all, only 40% of law enforcement agencies right now contribute use of force reporting to the FBI's use of force database. I think it should be mandatory for every law enforcement agency. But also, I think that every agency should have some type of early warning system. And if there was an early warning system, in this case in Minneapolis, I think that possibly this officer would have been flagged much earlier on prior citizen complaints, that we could have prevented something like this from happening.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you. Very good questions and good answers. And I'm going to ask one question, then Senator Booker is going to submit questions for the record. Thank you to the panel. To all the people in the law enforcement business, would losing a grant get your attention? Chief Davis?
Yes, it would. It would absolutely get my attention.
Captain Yost?
I do believe it would, yes, sir.
Art from Houston.
Do you want positive attention or negative attention?
Well,
if we lose it won't make us happy.
If you lost a grant because you weren't doing what we asked you to do, that would get your attention. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Chief Stevens?
You would get my attention immediately, sir.
Thank you. To the committee, thank you for the indulgence. I'm sorry it took so long, but it is a very important time in our nation's history, and I hope we rise to the occasion. I'll hold the record open for questions. And Senator Booker, thank you very much for allowing us to submit questions.
I will submit for the record that Ted Cruz took my time.
Okay. All right, thank you. The hearing's adjourned.
Thank you. Captain Yost, nice to meet you.
I wanted to talk to you before, but we didn't have a chance to talk.
I know.
I tell you, man, Robert Gatti's, he's my buddy. He's a great guy. He really is.